Chapter 1488. No one sensed that there was a coffin outside the Yang realm. It was covered in rust and was covered in the vicissitudes of time. No one knew how many years it had been drifting in the outer realms. Now, it seemed like it was being guided, but it also seemed like it was being controlled by someone. It slowly approached, and from the looks of it, it was very likely to fall into the Yang realm. Why am I so alarmed? Is something else going to happen today? The Dog Emperor was suspicious. He looked up at the sky and then at the direction of the Soul River. Don't tell me he's really going to sweep through the Soul River and completely destroy this place. The rotten corpse said in a low voice. This was very possible. If that person really returned, he would probably completely destroy this place. Back then, that person's achievements were too glorious. He walked all the way, sweeping through all enemies. They couldn't help but think about it. Could it be that he really had to fight to decide the outcome and destroy the source of the strangeness? Looking into the distance, there was a row of golden footprints in the void above the Soul River. It was so eye-catching and indelible. A divine rain of light scattered down, calming one's mind. That person is really too powerful. Even a pair of footprints can make one feel at ease. I hate that I couldn't be born in the same era as him and look up to him. The bald man sighed. Let's continue to retreat and get far away from here. Nine Dowie said. The Dog Emperor said, in fact, there isn't much meaning. If that person succeeds, he will destroy the ultimate source of the strangeness. If he fails, I reckon the Supreme will counterattack. It's useless no matter where we hide. At this moment, they were praying in their hearts that that person would definitely suppress and kill a few supreme beings. In the end, this isn't his true body. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so uncertain, the rotten corpse said. They were somewhat nervous. They paid attention to the Soul River and waited for the final result to appear. There were some things that they had heard of. At the very least, Nine Dowie knew part of the truth. Several years ago, that person alone dared to dig the ancient reincarnation path and wanted to dig out the ancient underworld. He even wanted to fill up the Soul River. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. There were shocking changes during that period. It was too hurried, and he left. No one knew why he disappeared from the world. Even Nine Dowie didn't understand. Every time he thought back, he was disappointed and frustrated. That person's expression when he left back then was very strange. Nine Dowie was worried that something would happen to that person. There were some who said that there were shocking changes happening in the heavens above, an inconceivably terrifying great event happening. That individual had to hurry there. There were also those who claimed that the ancient hell and the River of Souls shared a common origin, and that they shared the same background. That was why the great sacrifice was required at the end of every era. It was even to the extent that some people mentioned that the original source that he was looking for was not in the myriad worlds, nor was it in the heavens. There was simply no specific space-time that could be reached. Old Skin, you must have heard many rumors. Tell us about them, and see which one is more reliable. The decayed corpse spoke. Dowie's eyes became deep again. He really did speak. It is rumored that for the sake of getting close to the most original source, he wanted to simultaneously spin the cycles of reincarnation in the high heavens and underground, allowing heaven and earth, as well as himself, to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This is extremely bad, extremely difficult to understand. The creature who spread these words died in the ancient chaos era. This news was astonishing. There is reincarnation above the heavens. Of course, there are others who say that he is too powerful, that there are creatures from indescribable lands who feel restraining fear towards him. So they had no choice but to pay a tremendous price, using themselves as bait to draw him into the heavens above. It was clear that there was an immeasurable power above the heavens that might be able to pose a threat to that person. The Dog Emperor and the decayed corpse sucked in a breath of cold air. What had happened in the past? Why did they feel that this pool of water was too deep? It was as if it could contain the entire myriad realm sea. Back then, I should have been that person's brother. He was even the one who buried me. It's just that I've forgotten everything now. The decayed corpse sighed. The decayed corpse was indeed an incomparably special existence. All along, The decayed corpse's strength had fluctuated greatly. He had experienced several great eras and lived for an incomparably long time. There were some problems with his body. The main reason was that there were quite a few eras in which he had been cut off. The so-called cut-off referred to him being buried all the way here. From a certain perspective, he might have already died a long time ago. This was his special aspect. His soul light had been extinguished, so strictly speaking, he was naturally considered dead. However, his physical body had existed for a long time, never changing since the ancient times. Even though he had been buried more than once, his physical body had revived many times, nurtured soul light, and constructed a new self. That was why it was said that he was very unconventional and very special. Too many things were engraved on his physical body, and if some of the imprints were activated, some bizarre things would happen. When he said these words, even the Dog Emperor was staring at him with a lush green gaze. As for the 9 Dowie, there was no need to talk about them. In that most ancient era, they had definitely interacted with each other. The decayed corpse glared and said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a youthful, charming, and handsome youth?" When the Dog Emperor heard these words, he cracked open his large mouth and laughed. "You're just an old piece of cured meat. You're already rotten and rotten, yet you still have the nerve to say such words?" He had a mouthful of badly damaged teeth, and when he laughed, his large mouth stretched all the way to his ears. The decayed corpse's face immediately darkened. How many eras had it been? This dog had always opposed him. Very soon, he furrowed his brows again. He was worried about something. There's most likely something wrong with this physical body of mine. You have to know that my cultivation is all here. I'm different from others. After being buried, I sleep, and many imprints have been nurtured on my body. This shouldn't be the case. The decayed corpse was worried. This was a very serious problem. From a certain perspective, his physical body was even more important than his soul light. With the accumulation of endless years, it had long since become unimaginable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call his physical body heaven-defying. However, his physical body was rotten, and this was serious. Even if it's an auspicious matter, it can't corrode me like this. Is this still my physical body? The decayed corpse was doubtful. There was some kind of uneasiness. Unfortunately, there were some people who didn't understand his past. They had always suspected that even if the decayed corpse wasn't his son, it was still related to his son. That's right, it was Chu Feng who was so suspicious. If the decayed corpse found out about this, he would vomit blood even if he didn't die from anger. Boom! Violent energy waves came from the bottom of the abyss. If it wasn't for the Soul River blocking it, it probably would have formed a destructive shock wave that would shake the foundations of the heavens and realms. Fortunately, that area was isolated from the outside world. Even so, the Dog Emperor, 9 Dowie, and the others still had solemn expressions. They had a premonition of the severity of the situation. Could everything come to an end today? Retreat again. They rapidly retreated. In fact, the current situation was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Below the abyss was primal chaos. Through the past was a blurry land that transcended the world. The experts of the ancient underworld and the monsters of the celestial emperor burial pit were all coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies almost exploded. The 8-headed supreme being's face was deathly pale. This was too terrifying. I already said, don't think too much and don't have any wishful thinking. Something big will happen. A stern voice came from the cocoon. There were few cracks on the cocoon. In the distance, that pair of feet were still there. They didn't pay them any attention. The golden footprints left in the void became more and more divine and auspicious. As for this blurry land, a small part of it had actually collapsed. All of this was because the 8-headed supreme being and the old monsters of the celestial emperor burial pit couldn't hold back. They wanted to make trouble and use this blurry land to ambush that person, because they were truly afraid. That person's ankles seemed to be condensing and about to appear. Moreover, it seemed to be letting out a sigh. The most crucial thing was that the pair of feet stopped in the end. They didn't enter the so-called sacrificial ground and didn't carry out the so-called suicidal method of breaking through. They were worried that this person would stop here and gradually solidify. When he truly appeared, it would be terrifying. This blurry land was incomparably extraordinary. It possessed unimaginable power and was engraved with supreme, killing domains. It was known to be able to kill all invading enemies. However, they failed. After quickly activating the domains here, symbols filled the sky and killing intent surged like a sea. All types of unmatched attack techniques from ancient times until now appeared and erupted. But what did they see? That pair of feet seemed to be walking through the years, taking a stroll on the river of time. With a single thought, they became light particles, and with a single thought, they became that person's feet. There was no way, no technique, and no Tao to invade. It was to the extent that when that pair of feet suddenly shone and stomped down with force, the so-called most powerful domain here collapsed and disintegrated. Even the unmatched creatures suffered a backlash. This was extremely terrifying. That pair of feet trampled on this land and scathed. Even the golden footprints he left in the void were still divine. The rain of light was dazzling and inextinguishable. What kind of state was he in exactly? The eight-headed supreme being was a bit scared. Even someone as powerful as them couldn't destroy a pair of feet, even after joining hands. The only fortunate thing was that those feet weren't targeting them. After a short pause, they began to walk forward again. Could it be that they still wanted to go to the land of main sacrifice? He didn't see us? The monster in the celestial emperor burial pit revealed a strange expression. There is indeed a problem. I have some suspicions now. The ancient underworld's expert's eyes were terrifying. Strands of black substance were emitted from them. It was like smoke, but also like black flames. He stared at that pair of feet and had a certain conjecture. So many years have passed, yet there's still no news of him. This is a bit abnormal. I suspect that he might have died in that terrifying place that transcends the heavens. I believe that he might not be in this world anymore. His current state isn't quite right. He even believed that the reason why there was only a pair of feet was because that person might have died in battle. In the end, only a pair of feet hadn't been obliterated and were lost beyond the heavens. That was why, in the end, only a pair of feet appeared and condensed into golden footprints in the void. When the others heard this, they first drew in a breath of cold air. Then, their eyes became deep. They immediately felt a lot more at ease. If that was the case, it couldn't be any better. A voice came from the chrysalis. Is he dead? I've always felt that his state was very strange. How could he have faded from our hearts? Even our perception of his past was vague. If it weren't for some ancient objects and traces as evidence, perhaps everything related to him wouldn't exist anymore. We wouldn't have any memories. This was very terrifying. What kind of creatures were they? All of them were supreme beings. However, they couldn't even retain a single person's memories. This was strange and extremely abnormal. Now that I think about it, his technique is special, his origins are strange, and most importantly, he might already be dead. The eight-headed supreme being said in a low voice. As he said this, his eyes flickered and he became more and more confident. That's right. He might have been killed by an indescribable creature and most traces of him were obliterated. He was forcefully removed from the myriad heavens so that he could never appear again and completely die. The world was silent. The supreme beings were increasingly convinced that there was something wrong with that person. That person was most likely really dead. The monster in the celestial emperor burial pit said, "No matter how great a creature is, they must die." Who would have thought that a person who was known to be unrivaled throughout the ages might have already fallen? The heavens above are indeed terrifying. However, just as they were discussing softly, inwardly excited, a rumbling noise sounded from the distance. Under their horrified gazes, this indistinct land was cracking apart and breaking apart. It was actually going to explode. What was that pair of feet doing? Just how powerful was it? It completely stepped through this unreal space-time and was actually going to cross into the distance. He still wants to go to the main sacrificial ground. What they didn't expect was that this pair of feet were ridiculously powerful. This already couldn't be verified with the great Tao. It was just too terrifying. The most crucial thing was that those feet were continuously enlarging. In an instant, they covered the entire indistinct land. They didn't even have time to react before everyone was covered below. Was it going to kill all of them? They didn't pay attention to them before, but now they were going to wipe them out in one go. Hurry, activate the earth sacrifice symbols in the blood. Someone shouted. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen. Those feet were too terrifying, difficult to accurately estimate their energy level. The great Tao even grew dim under their feet, burned away by the golden footprints. How long? When those feet descended, those individuals grew dim and disappeared, leaving behind a few pools of blood in the void. They were all left behind by the unmatched creatures. That pair of feet passed through the indistinct land, thus disappearing. Only a line of golden footprints was left here, scattering down a rain of divine light. Behind the indistinct land, transcending the boundaries of space-time, in that unknown land, there were still faint golden footprints heading into the distance. This was terrifying. It was just like what the unmatched creatures said. That person slaughtered his way towards the main sacrificial ground, heading to an unfathomable place alone. This was a suicidal approach. Heaven and earth were quiet, not a bit of sound here. The indistinct land was in tatters. After who knew how much time had passed, a silkworm chrysalis appeared. Its entire body was covered in cracks, to the extent where wisps of unmatched true blood seeped out. It emerged from a mysterious place. Then, the eight-headed unmatched being was also covered in blood, struggling free in a sorry state. Not far out, the other monsters also returned, all of them injured and bloody. Or perhaps it was to say that their old injuries broke out again, the injuries left behind from the great battle back then acting up. He didn't come to kill us. It seems like he doesn't have that consciousness. He only came to enter the main sacrificial ground. Did we guess incorrectly? If a person was killed and only had a pair of feet left, how could he be this powerful, moreover insisting on slaughtering his way into the main sacrificial ground? Then what kind of state is he in right now? A part of his true body. The few of them were incomparably serious. This was a matter of great importance. If not for the earth's sacrificial runes in their blood being activated, allowing them to temporarily break away from the heavens and transcend for a moment, it was unknown what would have happened just now. At this time, different substances were emerging from their bodies. Some of them had an incomparably dense gray substance on their bodies, drawing out mysterious patterns. Some unmatched creatures had a black, blood-like substance on their bodies, spreading over the surface of their bodies like primordial sacrificial runes. Even the silkworm chrysalis had silver patterns on them. They looked rather brilliant, but they gave off an extremely ominous feeling, incomparably terrifying. This was the strange substance that they had accumulated. It corresponded to their different terrifying backgrounds and represented different ominous sources. It's not that person's true body. A voice sounded from the chrysalis. But why is he so powerful? The eight-headed unmatched being was doubtful. What exactly was that? Back then, he was already extremely powerful, exceeding our understanding. Together with his special technique, it was truly difficult to contend against, said the chrysalis. The monster in Sky Emperor Burial Pit also spoke at this time, bloody foam dripping down from its mouth. It was even more frightening than the indescribable, making a guess at this time. Before he left back then, his strength was unmatched. He had previously searched for the source of the Soul River, excavated the ancient underworld, and then passed through time and space, appearing in different eras. These are the energy particles he left behind at that time, the great Tao traces he left behind. Today, they are condensing. This type of judgment made everyone suck in a cold breath of air. The divine particles left behind by that person, the matter left behind in various time spaces, could already be like this. This was just too horrifying. Even the unmatched beings were moved, their expressions changing greatly. That pair of feet doesn't have any consciousness, everything originating from its past instincts. Today, our luck really is terrible, encountering it and unexpectedly being activated. The expressions of the great unmatched beings here all fell. That person was searching for the original source, wishing to head to the main sacrificial ground. Everyone's pupils contracted. Even they, as unmatched beings, felt incomparable restraining fear, not wishing to mention it, not willing to think about that place. Only after a long time had passed did the ancient underworld's monster speak, saying, "Let him go. This is destined to be suicide." This has always been the case since time immemorial. No creatures have ever succeeded. Correct, I feel like back then, there were creatures of that level who went to investigate, but in the end, they died miserably. The eight-headed supreme being nodded. This is precisely the case. Wasn't there someone like that in the past, outside the world? He died quite miserably. Chilly winds blew over, bone ashes fluttering about, covering the skies. A creature unexpectedly appeared here, extremely terrifying, flowing with inauspicious matter, at the same time covered in special earth. It came from the four extremes, floating earth. Normally speaking, creatures from that place rarely appeared, but today was an exception. However, what awaited him was a berating. Silence. Do not mention this matter of the past again. Without a doubt, too many things happened back then. There were some things that couldn't be mentioned, couldn't be spoken about randomly, or else the main sacrificial ground would be implicated. This region became quiet, no more sounds coming from it. The indistinct land was extremely special, healing on its own, because it wasn't a true time-space to begin with, a small region that was reflected from the main sacrificial ground. The unmatched beings all stared at the limits of the indistinct land. Behind them, the golden footprints left behind in the distance were fading to the extent where they were about to disappear. Did he encounter a disaster? Someone's eyes shot out penetrating radiance, immediately becoming excited. Get ready, a new great era will begin. The heavens will no longer exist. All realms will wither. The great ceremony is about to begin. The unmatched being of the ancient underworld said indifferently. Wait a bit longer. See if that person has completely disappeared. The chrysalis spoke. Even though those feet were divine particles left behind by that person in the past, condensed from aura and Tao marks, manifested after observing the past and present. However, they still attached great importance to it. It appeared from the river of time, scattered throughout the various eras, observing the past, present, and future. That unmatched being found it a bit hard to understand, feeling fear in his heart. Sure enough, outside the indistinct land, in the gray region that led to the main sacrificial ground, that line of golden footprints was fading, disappearing, indeed about to completely scatter. Very good. Let's get ready. In a bit, we will write the sacrificial rites. The curtains to the new great era are about to be drawn. The expert of the ancient underworld spoke, his voice cold, extremely ruthless. Soon, they would move out. Outside, the atmosphere was also extremely tense. Today, the various heavens all felt an indescribable pressure, especially the experts who felt it the most, feeling as if doomsday had arrived. Some of the families that had existed since time immemorial, those that had never been wiped out, were now making preparations, intending to take refuge. For example, the Buddhist race. They had survived from the last great era. The Buddhist race had the heaven creator elder, who originated from the last great era. At the beginning of this great era, they broke through the ancient temple that preserved their life spark, seeing the heavenly light, reviving the Buddhist race, allowing them to walk the world once more. However, this type of race was extremely rare. Even if their life spark could be preserved when the next great era arrived, they would have to start all over again. Moreover, even if they could avoid the great calamity of one great era, how could they guarantee that they could avoid the great calamity of the next great era? Even if the heavens were searched, there was no Tao inheritance that remained undying, no family that could remain unscathed in every great era, unless it was a servant race from the source of the strangeness. Otherwise, holding on for 2 or 3 great eras would be the limit, and this was the result of looking through the entire river of time, including the most powerful races of the past. One had to know that even the celestial court had fallen, so what Tao inheritance in this world could compare to the celestial court of the past? At this moment, the Dog Emperor and 9 Dowie were also very nervous as they waited for the final result. If we win, there will be eternal peace. Our great enmity and the death of the celestial court can be considered to have been avenged. The bald man said in a low voice. The decayed corpse sighed and said, if we lose, all laws will be void, all Daos will collapse, and all heavens will no longer exist. You and I will naturally turn into ashes and be powerless to retaliate. There won't be the slightest bit of hope, and we can only look forward to those who will come after who knows how many great eras later. However, where would they be at that time? They had long since become cosmic dust. No one would know their names, and no one would know their past. All the ages would be void. When Chu Feng heard this, he felt empty, and even the sky was gray. He still didn't want to die. After coming to the world of the living, there were many people that he hadn't found and hadn't seen. He didn't want to live in silence with this world with regrets. Therefore, in the next moment, he stared at the decayed corpse. No matter how he looked at it, the soul light looked like his son, the little Taoist. Then, the expression in Chu Feng's eyes changed. It was somewhat hot, but also somewhat affectionate. What are you looking at? The decayed corpse felt his blood run cold. What kind of person was he? His senses were too sharp, and he discovered the abnormality at the first moment. When he sensed that peculiar gaze, he felt uneasy all over. The teacher said, what kind of gaze is that? It's so kind. There must be something wrong with you. The decayed corpse cursed inwardly. He was a bit lacking in confidence for being looked at. The person in the great fog was very strong. He had helped them greatly today, and they still hadn't properly thanked him. However, why were you looking at me like that? The decayed corpse felt more and more strange, and in the end, he was a bit angry. What are you trying to do? What's wrong with you? He vigilantly retreated a few steps and spoke very seriously. This great era might be about to fall. Before the end of the world arrives, I want to make some things clear, said Chu Feng as he walked towards him. Yeah, you should make some things clear. May I ask, who exactly are you? Asked the decayed corpse. Who exactly was this master? In his opinion, there were only a limited number of such powerful creatures in the world. A supreme being couldn't be casually seen. Apart from the source of the strangeness, it was practically impossible to come across one. He was very serious and also carried a bit of respect. It could be assumed that the person in the great fog was definitely an outstanding figure that surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Chu Feng sighed and walked a few more steps forward. He stared at him endlessly and said, there's no mistaking it. The soul light attribute is the same, the fluctuations are the same, and the imprint is the same. It's you. Me? What's going on? What are you trying to say? The decayed corpse was suspicious. The others also revealed strange expressions. They were a bit puzzled. Do you want me to speak the truth? Asked Chu Feng. Of course. If there's anything, feel free to speak. The decayed corpse patted his chest, expressing that he could accept whatever it was. After all, he had a good impression of this man in the great fog. He dared to take action to save people in this kind of situation. He was worthy of respect. Chu Feng said, all right, then I'll speak. Speak. The decayed corpse raised his head and stood perfectly straight. I feel that you are like my son, said Chu Feng softly. The teacher said, Lousy said, I flourish, I crystallize, I flourish. The decayed corpse flew into a rage. His face darkened, and he almost cursed out loud. I respect you as a character, but you want to be my father? I'll beat you to death. He almost exploded on the spot. For so many years, not just for one epoch, no one dared to take advantage of him. One had to know that he was brothers with several heavenly gods. Now, an unknown fellow ran out and stared at him directly. He pointed at his nose and wanted to recognize him as his son. This was intolerable. The decayed corpse's nose began to spew out white smoke. In the end, even his ears began to emit thick smoke. He was about to be set on fire. This was too much. The Dog Emperor, Nine Daos, Li Su, and the others were also dumbstruck. What kind of sin did the decayed corpse commit? He found a father just like that. At this moment, the decayed corpse finally understood why the man in the great fog always looked at him with a very benevolent and affectionate expression. This wasn't his misconception. F***CK your grandpa. It's true. This person was really looking at him with the eyes of a son. The decayed corpse couldn't bear it anymore. He stomped his feet and pointed at Chu Feng, looking like he was in a fight to the death. His face darkened and turned green. He was about to die from anger. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt he couldn't beat the other party, he really wanted to kill him. Why are you glaring at me? I've never lied in my life. You really do look like my son. But there might be some twists and turns in this. Let's talk about it. Chu Feng was very serious. Of course, he also made some mistakes. He seemed to be referring to the soul light. And the decayed corpse naturally thought that this person was saying his corporeal body looked like his son. At this moment, the decayed corpse suddenly thought of the past. He thought of something that happened too long ago. He was buried by someone, and his soul light had changed several times. Only his corporeal body wasn't destroyed. A long time ago, he vaguely remembered that there was a master like an old father who calculated that his corporeal body wouldn't be destroyed and that he would one day achieve the Tao. Could it be that he had returned? It didn't seem like it. In such an ancient era, he naturally also had parents and relatives. The decayed corpse's emotions were complex. This person in the great fog before him seemed to have suddenly jumped out from ancient history. His origins were truly a bit strange. It was impossible for such a powerful person to not have roots. Could it be that this old fellow from the most ancient era truly had some blood relationship with him? In a brief instant, the decayed corpse's imagination ran wild. On one hand, he wanted to kill the man before him, but on the other, he was suspicious. He couldn't really have such a father, right? Could he have gone into hibernation in the most ancient era and had now awakened and emerged into the world? Bah! He quickly shook his head, feeling a bit ashamed. What was he thinking? He was already so old, so how could he still have a father? Even such a powerful master back then had turned into cosmic dust. The decayed corpse's face darkened as he said, "I'm warning you. Don't provoke me. Don't take advantage of me. Be careful of being struck by lightning." Afterwards, a crack rang out. Sure enough, he was struck by lightning. However, it was himself. Many bolts of lightning crackled as they fell. Even someone as powerful as his corporeal body almost collapsed, smoke rising from all over his body. The teacher said, I really have such a father? The decayed corpse was going crazy. What was going on? What was going on? He had just said that, and he was struck by lightning instead? Wake up, something's wrong. The Dog Emperor slapped his head with a paw. As for the others, they all stared in the direction of the Soul River, as if they were facing a great enemy. There, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The strange phenomenon was astonishing. A supreme being had walked out, bringing with it a terrifying aura that shook the world. The heavens began to tremble and tremble. The decayed corpse felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The martial emperor, Tai, and the others also felt cold all over. In the end, the supreme being from the abyss had walked out. Where was that person? They were horrified. They felt as if the end of the world had really arrived. How was this possible? Jiao Daoi was shaken, and his whole body was trembling. It wasn't from fear, but from sorrow. That person had personally descended into the abyss, but still couldn't quell the source. Or could it be that that person was temporarily trapped? It was rare that the Dog Emperor didn't ridicule him. Instead, he comforted Jiao Daoi, saying, "Don't think too much. That person will be fine. The enemy from the source of the abnormalities can't do anything to him. Besides, even if something happens, it's not his true body. Yes, it's not his true body. It's fine." Jiao Daoi calmed down. In the distance, a supreme being's gaze looked over. The void exploded, and with a dang sound, the Emperor's bell rang out. If it wasn't for its protection, most of the people here would have died. Chu Feng took a step forward, blocking at the very front. He faced those supreme beings coldly, remaining silent. What a pity. That person didn't kill these monsters. The bald man sighed. The Dog Emperor said in a low voice, "Don't think too much. That person's true body hasn't returned. In the end, we have to rely on ourselves. Don't hope for this kind of pie in the sky. It's not realistic at all." At this time, the eight-headed Supreme being raised his 8 sinister heads. A terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens, engulfing the outer realms. It shook the stars into dust and made the heavens rumble, about to collapse. He opened his mouth, his voice shaking the heavens, saying, "We have revived in advance. This means that many karma has changed. Now, the new era has arrived, and the great sacrifice is about to begin." What did this mean? Immortal families, inheritances that have been passed down for ages, all knew that the heavens were about to weep. Blood was going to dye the world's red, and everyone was going to die. "Uncle, look!" The bald man poked the Dog Emperor, secretly sending him a message through his divine will. Look at what? The Dog Emperor was not in the mood to pay attention to him. Something is falling from the sky. It might really be a pie in the sky. The bald man was excited, so excited that he was trembling. This was because he recognized what it was. Everything happened too quickly. Someone used unparalleled magical power to conceal everything, blinding the supreme divine senses. As the bald man's divine will was transmitting, an item silently appeared on the ground, and then it erupted with endless divine light. Pooh! 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 Terrifying bloody light surged. An item fell down, decapitating the 8-headed supreme being. At the same time, it chopped off his 8 heads. True blood rushed into the heavens. At the same time, millions and millions of strands of sword chi erupted. The monsters in the celestial emperor burial pit and the supreme experts of the ancient underworld all bled, their bodies cut open. Supreme, true blood splattered everywhere. A giant flying sword, as wide as a coffin board. Li Su cried out. That's right, as wide as a coffin board. The rotten corpse also cried out. At this moment, he had forgotten that he had been recognized as a son. The Dog Emperor roared. That's a bronze coffin board, okay? It really is a bronze coffin board. After a moment of daze, the rotten corpse was shocked. How could he not recognize a bronze coffin board that had fallen from the sky? The rotten corpse's lips couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Chapter 1489. Sword energy weaved about, cutting through the everlasting, making unmatched creatures bleed, heads tumble. The experts of the ancient underworld and the monsters in the burial pit were all blasted to pieces, their bodies incomplete, suffering greatly. It was just too shocking. In the blink of an eye, the flesh of an unmatched creature was killed. Who in the world could do this? Meanwhile, what was happening before their eyes was that there really was an expert who came, slaughtering unmatched beings, wishing to wipe them out. This was a bloody reality, a scene that left the world shocked. It truly was matchless divine might. Sword lights suddenly descended, hacking apart unmatched creatures, shocking all worlds, making countless old monsters tremble, unable to help but bow down in worship. How many years had it been? The monsters that had always been the source of strangeness ruled the world, intimidating the heavens. Yet today, fierce people actually appeared again and again to kill them. Heaven Emperor above. Someone was trembling, voice shaking. When he saw that wide bronze plate, he immediately knew who it was. Master! The bald male's face was covered in tears, kneeling on the ground, loudly calling out. Hot blood surged, truly wishing to slaughter his way over, personally kill that unmatched creature. How many years had it been? He thought that he wouldn't be able to see it again, that the separation back then was an eternal one. Today, he actually saw it here. It was that bronze coffin. How could he forget? That was the coffin his master drove away after the bloody battle. Back then, it was said that Heaven Emperor died in battle, brought away by the bronze coffin, floating in the boundless outer space, buried in an eternal unknown place, never to return. At that time, countless people wept in grief, sending him off, heaven and earth grieving. That was an era that made people feel sorrow and despair, that moment forever engraved in the hearts of those of that era. Many people grew old, dying in battle, withering away. The entire dazzling great world became a thing of the past, resplendence already extinguished. In the endless years that followed, the hearts of those who were still alive were filled with haze, endless grief, and sorrow. It was because Heaven Emperor died in battle. Today, Heaven Emperor actually returned. Roar! The bald male roared, standing up. His hair danced about chaotically, divine light erupting from his eyes. Back then, how glorious was Imperial Court. Only in the final battle, it was scattered. The survivors experienced all types of wandering from place to place, experiencing the chaos and chaos of the last phase of the world. Many youths of the younger generation had suffered incomparably. They'd gone from brilliant to dim, and then to the darkness of hell. They truly experienced the great ups and downs of life and great sorrow. Imperial Court collapsed. So many kings who were dazzling in an area all fell. The great army scattered, no longer existing. After that battle, the heavens were dyed red with blood. Meanwhile, the three emperors went silent, disappearing just like that, making those who were lucky enough to survive even more so feel a lack of confidence. Their hearts were covered in darkness, unable to see the glory of the past. There was only deathly stillness, withered bones, fleeing for their lives. After so many years filled with blood and tears, the bald man's heart was too bitter. Now he discovered traces of his master, saw that coffin, and saw the return of the celestial emperor. How could he not be moved? How could he not cry? The decayed corpse also roared towards the heavens. His brother from back then had returned. The clouds and mist had finally dispersed. Those people and the great world of the past seemed to still be in front of his eyes. The dog emperor also wanted to shout, but its stooped back and cloudy old eyes seemed to have lost some of its vigor. It had finally managed to hold on until now, but now it felt a little weak. In the end, it was still old. Its great Tao injuries were too severe, cutting off too much of its time. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're alive. The dog emperor trembled as it gazed towards the outer realms. That coffin had finally appeared. As long as one was alive, what couldn't those sufferings be resolved? No big deal. At worst, they could just start all over again and fight the world again. This person is really not simple. He's amazing. After crossing a death tribulation, don't tell me he's undergone another transformation. Nine Dowie was also very shocked. That celestial emperor's strength was absolutely terrifying. If he underwent another transformation, then it would truly be somewhat terrifying. What a broadsword! Li Su was almost drooling. He felt that refining that coffin into a flying sword couldn't be any better. That's not a sword, it's a coffin board. The bald man corrected in dissatisfaction. Li Su said, "It's the same. Do you see the millions and millions of strands of sword chi? This is an unparalleled sword light. Learn a little, and if you have a tenth of your master's level of attainment, you can dominate the world. Do you really need to be in such a sorry state?" The bald man's nose almost became crooked from anger. This junior actually dared to lecture him? He glared and said, "You old bastard, are you teaching me a lesson? When I first started out, I didn't even know where your master was. Go away. My master is standing right next to me." Li Su replied with a smile. Nine Dowie looked at the bald man and said, "That's a little too much. Your master isn't even as old as I am." The bald man was really speechless. "Ahem, you're indeed old, unlike me. Look at how young I am, and how handsome I am." Li Su looked at the bald man and said, "Look, your bald head is starting to rot. Old bastard, go away. I don't want to stand with you." The bald man didn't want to talk to him anymore. Juniors nowadays really made him worry. The bald man couldn't help but say, "This group of old bastards, none of them are good." The martial madman, at #yin% tai hashtag #yin% the owner of the Black Blood Research Institute. Hashtag Yanet Lisu. The few of them looked at him with disdain. Evidently, they were a little relaxed because they suspected that the Celestial Emperor had returned. Although it was just a simple quarrel, it was all done with divine consciousness. All of this actually happened in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Sword Chi was like a sea, drowning the entire area as if it had beaten the ages into nothingness. It was too domineering and too terrifying. The eight-headed Supreme Being was the most miserable. He let out a mournful howl as his 8 heads fell to the ground. How many years had it been since he had been so passive and humiliated? He had almost died just now. If not for the ceremonial runes in his body that could protect his origin, he would have been killed just now. This was terrifying. He was a Supreme Being that was invincible. Even if the whole world was destroyed and the heavens died, he would not die. However, the moment his 8 heads fell to the ground, he almost died for real. The sword light melted everything, corroded his body, and corroded his soul light. There was nothing it couldn't kill. It was extremely domineering. It was the power of the main sacrificial ground. Through the ceremonial runes, it swam into his flesh and brought him back to life. He broke out in cold sweat. So. He quickly fled towards the Soul River. His 8 heads also left the ground, following him to avoid the sword light and flee into the distance. This person was the owner of the sword energy. He recognized him. Back then, they had fought together and surrounded this person. They even contacted the heavens to hunt down 3 emperors together. Didn't they almost kill him? This person actually appeared again. Pooh! The 8-headed Supreme Being was terrified. While he tore apart space, exceeding the speed of light and reversing time to escape, 2 of his heads were still hit by the sword and completely exploded. This time, not even the ceremonial runes were used. He didn't even have time to protect those 2 heads. He screamed miserably, truly in incomparable pain. It was because those 2 heads were connected to his origin. This was where the essence of his entire life's cultivation lay. In that instant, both of his heads were completely chopped off. This still wasn't the end. Sword energy, 1,000 illusionary winds and clouds changed. When he fled back to the Soul River, one of the heads that had already grown back on his head directly shattered like a watermelon. No, he screamed. It was because this wasn't the end. That was formless energy. The sword light exceeded the scope of the great Tao. Formless matter covered his side. Pooh! Yet another head was chopped off. He screamed. How could this be? He was an unmatched creature, undying and imperishable. No matter how great the tribulation, he would still exist in this world. He couldn't die at all. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He was scared to the extreme. He burned the ceremonial runes in his blood. With a whoosh, he disappeared from his original location, temporarily breaking away from this space. He really wanted to ask what was going on. Was the world going to change? With the change of eras, could it be that the source of the strangeness could no longer control the 10,000 worlds? Today was too terrifying. This was the second time he used this type of method to escape. Not long ago, that pair of feet that left behind a row of golden imprints gave him great shock and fear. Just a casual stroll over almost trampled him to death, eradicating his body and spirit. They had no choice but to activate the ceremonial runes and temporarily break away from the 10,000 worlds. They hid in the eternal unknown lands and escaped death. Just how much time had passed since then? It was almost as if their feet had left, yet now he actually used the ceremonial runes like this again. It really was hard for him to accept this reality. Without the ceremonial runes, it was the same as him dying twice. Roar! In front of the Soul River, the ancient underworld's creature roared. He was rather headstrong, not immediately withdrawing, wishing to fight to the death. He didn't believe in the supernatural, wishing to kill that person. After all, even though both sides suffered losses back then, in the end, it was them who joined hands to destroy Imperial Court, making it no longer exist. Now, that person returned, the past Celestial Emperor reappearing. How could the ancient underworld's expert be willing to accept this? He wasn't willing to cower back. The reason why his body that was hacked apart immediately healed was also because of the ceremonial rune's protection, allowing him to make it through this disaster. Otherwise, he would still be in danger. At this moment, he crazily took action, blasting towards the sky. He wanted to strike down the stars in the heavens, strike down that coffin in outer space, fight a decisive battle to the death. The most important thing was that he had confidence. Back then, he joined hands to kill 3 emperors, and now he could still summon the ancient underworld, summon all of the monsters in Burial Pit. If unmatched creatures attacked together without holding anything back, could it be that they still couldn't kill the other party? Everyone, don't leave, don't be scared. He definitely hasn't taken that step yet. I have a feeling that he still hasn't succeeded. The ancient underworld's expert shouted, joining with the others. After his large hand reached out, it covered heaven and earth, black mist surging, directly covering the entire sky. It smashed towards outer space, also forcefully grabbing out. This scene was too terrifying. His large hand shattered the heavens, moreover reaching out, covering outer space, making the sea of stars grow dim, countless great stars falling. Chi. However, at this moment, what was waiting for him? It wasn't Celestial Emperor, nor was it that coffin in outer space. Instead, it was a streak of light. The coffin lid rushed out like a flying sword, directly cutting off his large black hand from his wrist. Blood scattered outwards, pouring down like a torrential rain. At the same time, an explosive sound rang out. All of the blood exploded under the bronze coffin lid strike, evaporating completely, not a single drop landing on the great earth. Otherwise, if the blood of a supreme being were to spill onto the world of the living, it would definitely be a disaster. The magnificent mountains and rivers would most likely sink into the abyss. At the same time, the supreme energy was also absorbed by the coffin lid, unable to spread out in all directions. The ancient underworld's expert roared, but what awaited him was even more terrifying. The bronze coffin lid enlarged, practically covering the entire sky, then slammed towards him. With a loud rumble, it was as if a part of the universe was smashing down. Bang! This time, supreme true blood splattered everywhere, and the ancient underworld's unmatched expert was heavily slapped away by the coffin lid. He disappeared from the world of the living, smashed into the world of the Soul River. Moreover, as soon as he was smashed in, his body exploded. How tyrannical was this strike from the bronze coffin lid? It was simply terrifying to the extreme. The Celestial Emperor hadn't even appeared, but the ancient underworld's monster was already destroyed. The ancient underworld's expert was very sullen, very anxious, and at the same time afraid. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor had really taken that step? Otherwise, how could things have turned out this way? A single bronze coffin lid had already smashed him over and smashed him to pieces. He was like the 8-headed supreme being, and his heart was ice cold. This kind of near-death experience was simply too unpleasant. Today was already the second time. He had already experienced being crushed by those 2 feet, and now he was being blasted apart again. It was simply too horrifying, and it caused his heart to palpitate. Chi. The coffin lid suddenly became incomparably resplendent, turning into a rainbow light. It was like a heaven-shocking sword that swooped down from the outside world, piercing through the light barrier of the ancient underworld's great Tao runes and nailing him to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was exceptionally tall and strong, he would have been directly split in 2 by this stab. After all, this sword was simply too wide. Even though this time, it was still a heavy injury to him, and his body had exploded, it was useless for him to condense the ceremonial runes within his body. The lower half of his body was pierced through by the coffin lid. Whoosh! The upper half of his body fled, and his expression was incomparably gloomy. He had lost half of his origin. How is this possible? His heart trembled. Logically speaking, for a creature of this level, not to mention a single drop of blood, Even if there was only a wisp of spiritual energy left, he should be able to quickly regenerate. But now he had been injured by a purely physical attack. After being nailed to the ground by the coffin lid, half of his body had been destroyed, and even a small portion of his origin had disappeared. This was simply illogical. This completely defied the natural laws of heaven and earth. He was a supreme being, so how could he lose half of his body with a single strike? Boom! The coffin lid smashed over again, pressing down on the remaining half of his body. His entire body was about to be plastered underneath. He roared angrily. In the end, he had no other choice. Like the eight-headed supreme being, he burned the ceremonial runes in his blood and left the heavens, temporarily escaping to the eternal unknown. The ancient underworld's expert could be said to be unyielding, but in the end, he ended up like this. He was simply a negative example, a bloody example. On the other side, the cocoon, the monster in the burial pit, and the mysterious expert under the floating soil of the four extremes were also retreating, joining forces to retreat towards the Soul River. They were shocked. Just now, they had all made their moves. It wasn't that they didn't move, but rather that they were blocked. Hundreds of millions of strands of sword energy attacked them. This time, it wasn't released by the coffin lid, but directly poured down from beyond the heavens. One could vaguely see a coffin floating in outer space. Endless sword energy was like a waterfall, but also like a broken dam of the sea of stars, sweeping down from the universe. Forget it. Summon the power of the land of Maine, sacrifice, and kill this person. That's right, don't worry so much. Today, they've really gone too far. Regardless of whether it was the mysterious expert under the floating soil of the four extremes or the monster that crawled out from the burial pit, they were all furious. They had almost been dismembered just now. Even though they had used the ceremonial runes to preserve their lives, they had still suffered greatly. Now, they were going to use the taboo power. If this was any other time, they wouldn't even be willing to mention that place, not wanting to talk about anything related to the land of Maine sacrifice because they felt too much restraining fear in their hearts. But now, they couldn't care about anything. If they didn't act ruthlessly, they might encounter danger and die here. When they summoned the land of Maine sacrifice, the bronze coffin lid had already directly swept over. Right now, it didn't seem like a broadsword, but more like a long blade, capable of sweeping away an army of 1,000. And men, space has been locked. Not good. Time is returning to a deathly stillness. It has also been locked. Their expressions changed, temporarily unable to summon the land of sacrifice. What are you two waiting for? Kill. Summon the land of sacrifice. The monster in the burial pit roared towards the eight-headed supreme being and the ancient underworld's expert. Kill. The unmatched creatures all erupted. How many years had it been since they were like this? They were going to join hands again, surround the enemy, fight a decisive battle to the death. The eight-headed supreme being already lost 4 heads, extremely miserable, but he still clenched his teeth and slaughtered his way over. The ancient underworld's expert lost half of his body, even though he directly took form, recovering his flesh. The missing half of his source couldn't be recovered, so he became quite a bit weaker. Dang, dang, dang. Sword energy weaved about, the coffin lid sweeping out like blades and swords, slaughtering in all directions, making them shed blood again. Chi. The cocoon was also seriously injured, its entire body covered in terrifying cracks, strand after strand of sparkling silk flying out from the cracks, even more terrifying than the great down net, releasing the most powerful energy. Despite this being the case, it spat out large amounts of silk, interweaving into a great net, but it still couldn't trap the coffin lid. Instead, the net broke the silk snapping. The cocoon's body was covered in cracks, blood continuously flowing out, flying outwards. Divine silkworm, aren't you incomparably powerful? Why are you still holding back, not fighting to the death? The mysterious expert under the floating earth shouted. Get lost. I'm in the middle of a transformation. The cocoon hasn't even been broken, yet you want me to sacrifice myself? A voice sounded from within the cocoon, extremely cold. Don't speak too much, kill. The summoning has reached the land of sacrifice. We can break the bronze coffin. Kill that person. There were unmatched creatures who roared. In the distance, the bald male watched with worry, feeling a bit scared. He wasn't scared that something would happen to him, but rather worried if his master could stop so many unmatched creatures. He knew that the ancient underworld, floating earth, and celestial emperor burial pit most likely received news, more unmatched creatures rushing over. This was simply a reenactment of the scene of the three emperors being surrounded and hunted down by a group of devils. The bald male really didn't want to see that tragedy again. How long? In the depths of the Soul River, behind the primal chaos below the abyss, a wave of power came, as if a passage was going to be opened, a cave entrance. Was that the land of sacrifice? There really were wisps of forbidden power that were going to appear, about to devour that bronze coffin plate, as well as that ancient coffin in outer space. Wong. The bronze coffin plate rumbled, releasing dazzling brilliance. The bronze rust on its surface also became sparkling and translucent, no longer dim and ancient, as if it obtained new life. With a chi sound, the bronze coffin turned into a streak of light, rushing over. Then it blocked the entrance of that passage that was about to open, directly sealing the door, blocking it. At this time, the bronze coffin plate was sparkling and translucent, not like rusty metal, but more like a resplendent work of art. It was just too beautiful. Can we kill him? Celestial Emperor Burial Pit's expert said coldly. Kill. The few of them joined hands. After giving each other a look, they rushed up without turning back, raising their hands and grabbing towards outer space. Their large hands covered the sky, enveloping the Yang realm skies. They were going to directly grab towards the bronze coffin. In their opinion, the gate of the land of main sacrifice couldn't be blocked. In the end, there would be energy that would spread out and kill Celestial Emperor. However, they underestimated that coffin plate. At this time, it blossomed with multicolored light, all kinds of diagrams engraved on its surface, such as Tao Tai, Kuanpeng, True Dragon, as well as scenes of ancient ancestors offering sacrifices to the heavens and ancestors. Now these scenes revived. Kuanpeng, True Dragon, and other divine birds and auspicious beasts actually soared out, throwing themselves at the few unmatched creatures. Humph! You want to kill us with just a few beast species? Too weak, just like ants. Someone sneered in disdain. However, what made their blood run cold was that this was only the beginning. A figure was reflected on that bronze coffin plate, and at this time, he directly walked out. Rumble. At this time, those Kuanpeng, True Dragon, Tao Tai, and the others that appeared earlier all turned into brilliant symbols, landing on that person's body, forming battle clothes. This should be a man, his bearing vigorous and heroic, his head held high. Chaotic energy surrounded him as he walked out with large strides. It wasn't his true body, just the celestial emperor body reflected by the coffin plate. Master! Behind him, the bald male cried out loudly. He recognized that this really was his master, the celestial emperor of the past. Even though that person was submerged in chaotic energy, especially the area around his face, the great mist exceptionally thick, making it impossible to see his true appearance, he could definitely tell that this was his master. Brother, the decayed corpse's eyes were also red. After waiting for so many years, they finally met again. That person didn't die, and today, the bronze coffin plate reflected his celestial emperor body. This emperor didn't wait in vain. I worked hard to live, and now this day has finally arrived. The dog emperor actually felt the urge to cry. During all these years, he had suffered so much, it really hadn't been easy. He worked hard to survive, resisting the great Tao injuries and inauspicious matters corrosion, all for the sake of waiting for the future to see those people again. The heroic and intimidating man, after appearing from the bronze coffin plate, no longer activated sword energy, instead directly brandishing fist imprints, striking out with unmatched power. Those great claws that reached into outer space all trembled at this time. They quickly retracted, and after accumulating power, they smashed towards this person together. That man was fearless. A fist imprint directly smashed out, blasting apart the past and present. This area of space-time even collapsed. The soul river was completely evaporated, the soul matter covering the sky, scattering. Many resentful souls wailed in anguish, purified into pure energy again. The sun, moon, and stars all lost their light, becoming completely dim. The monster in the burial pit screamed miserably. He was blasted apart by a fist, suffering the most terrifying frontal attack of the Emperor Fist. This was the Celestial Emperor's most powerful art, using fist imprints to suppress the world. A rain of blood scattered. The monster in the burial pit exploded, the miserable screams coming to a screeching halt. His ruined body activated the sacrificial text, wanting to escape, but another fist already pierced over, transcending the restraints of space-time. Even the river of time flowed in reverse. The monster in the burial pit completely exploded, his soul light disintegrating, completely scattered by this fist. Even though he had soul matter and a true spirit, wanting to borrow the scattering sacrificial text to condense and revive. However, that fist imprint was resplendent, like an eternal divine furnace that stretched across the void, suppressing this place, burning the ruined soul of the monster in the burial pit, obliterating its true spirit. The Emperor Fist was unmatched. It continuously shook here several times, completely blasting apart the true spirit and remnant will of the monster in the burial pit, obliterating it completely. Dead, an unparalleled expert had fallen. An unmatched expert died today. This was definitely a great disaster, making the expressions of the remaining great experts change. Their pupils rapidly contracted, quickly backing up. The man in the primal chaos mist walked out, heroic and imposing, pressing forward alone. Then, he brandished the Emperor Fist again, wishing to suppress and kill all of them. In the distance, the dog Emperor roared, releasing a long roar. Celestial Emperor. The bald male even more so cried out loudly. Suppress all enemies in the world. The rotten corpse roared. Chapter 1490. The dog Emperor howled, the rotten corpse howled, and the bald man went mad. Hot tears rolled down their faces. After waiting for so many years, they finally saw him again. The Celestial Emperor has returned. A loud roar shook the world. The entire heavens and tens of thousands of worlds rumbled and trembled at this moment. Experts from all sides and countless evolvers were all trembling, incomparably shocked. The once matchless expert had returned. The person who was revered as the Celestial Emperor had appeared again. He was currently fighting against the monster from the source of the mysteries, beating the unmatched creatures until they were covered in blood. It's that person. It really is him. The Emperor's Fist is unrivaled and matchless. In outer space, there were old monsters from other great worlds who were trembling, incomparably shocked. Many people's blood even surged, boiling with excitement. Kill the unmatched source of the mysteries, sweep away the ominous. Many people shouted, as if this was the common voice of the heavens. It was unknown just how many evolvers were overwhelmed with emotions, but they were also shaken, all of them roaring out. At this moment, the heavens and 10,000 worlds resonated. Everyone was trembling, crying out, all of them wanting the Celestial Emperor to return, destroy the source of the ominous, and completely eradicate it. In reality, the battle at the Spirit River was extremely terrifying. The true blood of the unmatched creatures splashed in all directions, and there really might be a situation where the source of the ominous was destroyed. The Celestial Emperor in the primal chaos mist possessed unmatched combat strength, possessing a peerless appearance. He alone suppressed several unmatched creatures, causing all of them to suffer serious injuries. Inauspicious matter flowed all over his body. Dang! In the distance, the bronze coffin lid rumbled, shaking the heavens. It was incomparably resplendent, and all types of carvings on its surface seemed to have come to life. Then, they turned into symbols, drifting out, sparkling and translucent, all of them attaching themselves to the body of the man shrouded in primal chaos mist. This made him increasingly powerful, and the might of the Celestial Emperor was fully displayed. At this moment, he was heroic and imposing, taking large steps forward. There were no complicated techniques, his attacks decisive and direct, tyrannical and powerful to the extreme. He was only brandishing his fists. The true Emperor's fist was hard to find in the heavens and earth. Who could match it? Boom! It was just a single punch, but the expert of the ancient underworld groaned, his entire body covered in black blood as he flew backwards. Then, the expert of the ancient underworld directly disintegrated in the void, collapsing, turning into a large expanse of black blood. This was the might of an emperor, an unstoppable fist imprint. However, the powerhouse of the ancient hell was already prepared for this. He had already activated the ceremonial incantation in advance. Even if his body disintegrated, he would still be able to reconstruct himself once more. It was because the monster in the burial pit died miserably before their eyes, leaving them incomparably shocked. Even an unmatched being was killed, so who wouldn't feel restraining fear? The unmatched creatures here were all serious, all of them making preparations, activating all of their fighting strength, becoming 120% careful, on guard out of fear of dying themselves. In reality, they were all using the sacrificial rites to support themselves. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would all be killed here. That person was truly an unrivaled heavenly emperor. Right now, he was suppressing all enemies in the world. Now, he was pushing his way over, suppressing them to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. They could be killed at any time. Right now, their entire bodies were sparkling and translucent, covered in the world's strangest patterns. These were the so-called ceremonial texts. Who would dare not activate it? Didn't you see that the big boss in the pit was killed? A tragic death. However, time and space here seemed to have been locked down. They couldn't immediately struggle free, unable to quickly leave this place. This made everyone's minds feel gloomy. If this continued, then they would be too passive. If time went on, they would most likely be killed. 8 realms rotation. Right now, after killing until his eyes were red, the unmatched being was forced to go crazy. He was fighting with everything he had, displaying his most powerful offensive methods. Unfortunately, in the end, there was only 4 realms rotation. It was because 4 of his heads had been hacked off earlier, permanently losing a portion of his foundational power. That was why right now, the power of his trump card was halved. Despite this, it was still extremely shocking. What he collected were the energy of 4 great worlds, turning them into 4 complete great Tao divine chains, cutting apart time and space, making even time flow in reverse. The scene was extremely terrifying. This type of offensive power was unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, it was enough to make 4 great worlds enter a cultivationless age. All of the order runes, all of the energy, all of the great Tao natural laws were extracted clean by him, gathering the power of the 4 great worlds to attack his opponent. Fortunately, this wasn't the present world, but rather a world that had been blood sacrificed by him in the past. All of the creatures had long died. If the present world had 4 great worlds sucked dry of spiritual essence like this, it would be extremely tragic. After entering a cultivationless age, many people would die because the changes would be too fierce. However, such a ferocious and powerful attack couldn't do anything to that imposing figure, unable to approach the Celestial Emperor's body. There wasn't much to say. A fist blasted it apart. That figure brandished out a fist imprint, incomparably resplendent, crushing the heavens. Those 4 complete great Tao chains were blasted apart. Then, the male in the primal chaos mist received again, sucking away all of the great world's energy that scattered out, making it his own. Pooh! The eight-headed unmatched being coughed out blood, flying out in reverse. Then his body also exploded. A moment later, under the gathering of sacrificial texts, his body reassembled, reappearing. His face was deathly pale, inwardly incomparably alarmed. He should have broken through, he said with a trembling voice. This was incomparably terrifying. Who could keep him in check? Who could face him? Unless the main sacrifice appeared. Underworld return, reincarnation, rebirth. The monster from the ancient underworld roared. He was also using a forbidden technique. In an instant, everything was boundless. Then, several giant black holes appeared. What was that? The ends of the underworld were connected to the boundless source of darkness. They wanted to swallow the celestial emperor, send him into the afterlife, and end his life. At the same time, the monster from the four extremes also roared, activating palm imprints, striking out with boundless demonic flames. These were special flames used to burn unsurpassed existences, and they used the great Tao divine chains as the foundation. Among them, the flames contained the flames of the great void, as well as the flames of ancient eternity. However, at this moment, the man in the primal chaos mist was heroic and intimidating. He wasn't afraid at all, slaughtering his way over just like that, using the celestial emperor fist to blast everything apart. Rumble. The black holes of the ancient underworld exploded, and miserable cries sounded from within. It was as if millions and millions of ghosts had collapsed, all of them destroyed. At the same time, the flames released by the monster from the four extremes were also scattered by the fist imprint, thoroughly extinguished. In that instant, the experts of the ancient underworld and the monster from the four extremes were sent flying outwards. Their bodies were torn to pieces, and filthy blood splashed everywhere. They roared in anger, unwilling to accept this. They had fought in the past, but now it seemed that they had lost their qualifications. They were no longer that person's match. Could they only rely on the sacrificial rites to survive? This was just too sorrowful. They were unmatched existences. So when had they ever been so passive? When had they ever been so weak? It was truly lamentable, and even more shameful. Kill him. A voice sounded from the cocoon. As a result, several people looked towards the cocoon. They really wanted to berate him. Go ahead. What was the point of just shouting? Why aren't you moving? Are you sending others to their deaths? Let's kill him together. The monster from the four extremes roared after recovering. At this time, his entire body was covered in ashes, gradually revealing a terrifying outline. Then, brilliant light erupted. He was activating his trump card, a world-shaking divine technique. He used a great murderous move that outsiders had never seen before. Order was like a rainbow, the great Tao like flames, submerging the man in front of him. This type of attack power was enough to easily destroy a world, slaughter through the heavens. However, what could they do in the end? This type of attack that dazzled the world was still scattered. Meanwhile, he was also blasted apart by that male. Correct, the heroic male in the primal chaos mist, his fists too domineering, unmatched under the heavens, blasting through everything in his way. Unmatched true blood splashed outwards, cold winds roaring angrily. Under that fist imprint, the monster from the four extremes floating earth flew outwards, spraying out blood, body continuously collapsing. This made all of the unmatched creatures shiver inwardly, their expressions all changing. What kind of state was the male in the primal chaos mist in? Unmatched divine valor. Unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, was there no one who could subdue him? Those individuals really were unwilling. They overlooked the heavens, overseeing the world above the world sea. So how could there be an opponent? The great ceremony was about to arrive, so it should have been easy to flatten the world. Back then, this person was surrounded and hunted down by them, almost dying. He dragged his dying body into the bronze coffin, self-exiled, entering a mysterious place. Now, he returned, yet the battle situation completely changed. He was alone, yet he was going to kill several of them. Was there even any reason left? Those individuals were sullen to the point where they were about to go crazy, all of them wishing to vomit blood. They really were discontent and in a bit of despair. Were they really going to be killed here? They released great moves again, but the result was still the same, all of them flying outwards, almost killed. There was no way. They could only rely on the sacrificial rites to revive them, shine in their blood, protect them. However, this wasn't a solution in the end. It was exhausting their foundation. If this continued, they would undoubtedly die. When the sacrificial rites were completely erased, that would be the time of their deaths. Don't tell me he really took that step, entering that immeasurable domain. The monster from the four extremes floating earth said with a trembling voice. Even he was horrified. The creatures from the four extremes, floating earth evil land, were the most mysterious. No one knew what kind of background they had, every single one of them strange to the extreme. It was to the extent where there was a saying that they were the strangest. It was because these creatures were suspected to be corpses that were going to be completely destroyed, needing to be cremated. Only heaven knew what kind of background they had, where they came from. There were some who speculated that they were most likely related to the heavens above, corpses that were brought down from there, about to be cremated in the four extremes floating earth. Of course, there were others who speculated that the corpses below the four extremes floating earth were smuggled back, not to be burned, but rather to be nourished, to recover their unmatched power. That was why it was said that the creatures that came from this place were all more sinister than the last. They were all different, but they were all powerful to a freakish level. Their appearances were also strange, exceptionally terrifying. Now, even these creatures were shivering in fear. They were all saying that the heavenly emperor before them might have taken that step. So how could the expressions of the other unmatched creatures not change greatly? Run. They weren't going to fight anymore. They weren't going to fight head-on anymore. This was their only thought. If this continued, they would all die. Once the sacrificial rites were extinguished, the unmatched could only become dead. They activated their own blood. This was unmatched true blood, incomparably precious, a single drop greater than many great Tao laws. This was a priceless treasure. However now, they had no other choice. They were scared of dying here, so they could only do this. It wasn't that they were naturally weak, but rather that they felt that if they still threw their lives away, even though they knew they weren't a match, then it really wasn't worth it. That was why they wanted to escape now, use their blood to nourish the sacrificial rites, ignite their body's unmatched true force. The so-called true force was also the truth of the heaven's 10,000 Tao. These were all complete, great Tao fragments, and now, quite a few of them were sacrificed on their own initiative. The sacrificial rites were brilliant, as if a flourishing age had reappeared. A grand great world aura continuously appeared, auspicious light endless. This was a great world that had previously existed, but it was all destroyed by the great ceremony, becoming the energy of the sacrificial rites. Endless radiance rushed into the heavens, piercing into the eternal unknown. These individuals joined hands, finally breaking through the restrictions, disappearing from this place, no longer within the heavens, drifting about outside the 10,000 realms. However, there was a time limit. How long could they hide for? This place was gloomy, no concept of space, no flow of time. Even their own thoughts seemed to have become sluggish, about to stop. The unmatched creatures seemed like they were going to turn into ice-cold rocks, become abandoned corpses, about to be broken down into the most primitive, lifeless matter. They couldn't stay here for too long. It would bring great harm to themselves. At the very least, higher-level creatures like them couldn't do it, only able to temporarily break free. When the time came, they had to return because they would definitely die here. In this void, it wasn't that there weren't remains of creatures of this level. For example, not far out, there was a dim half of a golden bone. Only a small piece left, the other parts all melted away. It was as if in another distant place, there was a finger floating in the air, the fingernail pitch black and curved. It was extremely terrifying remaining in this place. There was also a lump of blood, silver flames surging, carrying a previously unmatched aura. Rich energy was released, absorbed by this void. There were previously unmatched creatures who came here to cultivate in seclusion, dreaming of breaking through that crucial step, breaking free from certain restraints, truly becoming high up above. However, they all failed, dying miserably here. Of course, there really weren't many unmatched creatures who dared come here to cultivate in seclusion. From past until now, even after many great eras were added together, there were still only that many, their numbers extremely limited. The examples from before made, even the eight-headed unmatched beings' fine hairs stand on end. As long as something wasn't right with their bodies, they had to immediately rush out. Otherwise, these individuals would transform into the Tao, their bodies vanishing, dying miserably here. It was extremely miserable. However, outside, the Celestial Emperor was blocking the entrance, waiting to kill them. What choice did they have? They couldn't stay here for long, and there were great vicious beings outside, waiting for them to leave. This isn't the way. I can't hold on anymore. I feel like something is licking the back of my neck. The eight-headed unmatched being's scalp was about to explode, all of the fine hairs on his body standing on end. What level of creature was he? He was known as an unmatched being, even more so the origin of the world's strangeness, viewed as inauspicious. In the end, even he was scared. This was a bit strange. What kind of place was this exactly? How could it be this sinister? Those individuals felt uneasy. Wasn't this place originally extremely peaceful? It should have been deathly still until the end of the future. Yet now, why did something strange happen? It made even the unmatched creatures shiver inwardly. A wave of cold air rose, a schwa sound, a chill running from their heads to the soles of their feet. There's nothing behind you. We didn't see anything strange. The others replied. Even though this was what they said, their expressions all changed. What kind of place was this? It was sinister to begin with. Perhaps something really did happen. At the same time, they also believed that the eight-headed unmatched being wouldn't speak irresponsibly, and that there was a huge problem here. 4 of the eight-headed unmatched beings' heads had been chopped off, but there were still 4 left, which meant that there were 4 necks, and now all 4 necks had been licked. It's here again. There really is something. The eight-headed unmatched being's expression changed greatly, his hair standing on end, his 4 heads all shaking chaotically, actually unable to dodge. Even if he changed locations, it still wouldn't work, because there was still something sticking to his back. Even though this place could freeze one's thoughts and turn one into an ice-cold stone, they could still feel and make a choice. Chi, the eight-headed unmatched being, escaped, activating the sacrificial text, escaping from this place, returning to the real world. He was truly terrified. It could be said that his hair was standing on end. The next moment, the expert of the ancient underworld also felt his scalp go numb. He and the other creatures of darkness were considered to be people who controlled reincarnation, so they were used to seeing life and death. But now he was scared. His scalp was about to explode because he felt a wet tongue licking the back of his neck and then spreading down his spine. Ayo! With a loud roar, he also disappeared because he couldn't stay in this place any longer. The remaining people in this land of nothingness also felt uneasy, and they also wanted to leave, feeling that something bad was about to happen. However, with that person outside blocking the door, who could fight against him? Even if they went out, they would most likely die. This was something that had never happened before. Were so many unmatched creatures from the source of the mysteries going to be wiped out in a single day? The few of them were unwilling, finding it a bit hard to accept. If we go out, we might be killed. That person is truly unmatched, thinking back to the past until now. Not too much time has passed, yet he actually reached this step. We don't even have the qualifications to be his opponent anymore. Get out. At this time, one of them was horrified because he felt that the wet tongue had already appeared on the back of his neck. It was especially horrifying, making his hair stand on end. He really wanted to say, "I'm a strange creature. What the F***CK is this thing?" He couldn't see it, couldn't touch it, and couldn't even sense it in advance. It was too terrifying. Gee, this place became quiet. Everyone had escaped. Meanwhile, in the outside world, what awaited them were tens to hundreds of brilliant fist lights that were like suns illuminating the sky. They were matchless, shocking past, present, and future as they struck over domineeringly. Third Sect Master. Chapter 1491. The experts of the ancient underworld and the monsters under the four extremes had just emerged when they were covered by the terrifying fist light. The divine might was unstoppable. It was too ferocious and tyrannical. With a rumble, they felt as if they had returned to their youth. They were suppressed by a life and death enemy, and then they exploded. Their blood and bones scattered everywhere. This kind of feeling was too unpleasant. This should have been an experience before they grew up. In the hot-blooded era, when they were young and strong, they competed for the world, never dying in hundreds of battles. The struggle for hegemony was bitter. They fought against heroes from all walks of life and death, and in the end, they rose by stepping on the blood and bones of others. But now, they themselves have become the background wall. If not for the sacrificial rites flowing through their blood, they might have already died. This person was definitely not a creature of the same level. He had either just broken through, or, because his body was special, he could grasp that kind of power. Now, the fist imprint that smashed over was unstoppable. They all saw that the eight-headed supreme being was in an even worse state. Because he had come out a step earlier, he was now almost blasted into dregs and completely exploded. In the void, the sacrificial rites interweaved, connecting the flesh and blood to reconstruct the eight-headed supreme being's body. However, there was one thing that was extremely terrifying. All of the eight-headed supreme being's sacrificial rites were dim and without light, as if they were going to be extinguished at any time. Perhaps he would be blown up once more, or perhaps twice, and then he would truly die, his body and Tao vanishing. Their souls were all ice-cold. Were they going to die here? This was simply unimaginable. They had become supreme beings and could already overlook the heavens. They had transcended and could no longer feel the threat of death. Now, there was someone who could kill them. How could they not be afraid? How could they not be terrified? The silkworm chrysalis was the last to come out, avoiding the great calamity of being torn apart. It spat out sparkling threads, which were many great Tao chains. They interweaved into a net, blocking in front of its body. Meanwhile, its true body was retreating, avoiding this calamity. The silkworm chrysalis broke through space-time, appearing behind them. Right now, there's no point in being afraid or worrying. Regardless of whether he really broke through or not, he will still kill us. We can only fight to the death. We still have trump cards. That's right, the news has been sent out. I believe that reinforcements are about to arrive. The ancient underworld's expert shouted. Puffed. As a result, he was struck once again, blasted away by the fist light. He collapsed in midair, and the sacrificial rites in his body became much dimmer. No. The powerhouses of the ancient underworld shuddered in fear. The ancient underworld was originally in control of the lives and deaths of billions of living beings, but now, he himself was facing a calamity of life and death. A line of words was carved at the end of hell, the final destination of all spirits. He was originally high up above, standing above the long river of time, watching as all things competed and creatures were reborn, yet now, he himself couldn't hold on any longer. Kill all the supreme beings. The bald man was stirred up and roared loudly from behind. He felt his blood roaring through his body like a tsunami. He wanted nothing more than to charge over himself. Defeat the source of the strangeness. Settle the world's great chaos with a single battle. And from now on, there will be no more ominous things in this world. The Dog Emperor also roared loudly. After waiting for so many years, he finally saw this day. The celestial arch that it had once followed had returned. He was really going to take this step and wipe out the source of the strangeness. Fierce! At this moment, Even the big black hand, Li Su, was amazed. He felt deep respect and admiration, and even couldn't help but resonate with him. He's too powerful. Even if we advance to a higher level, it'll still be difficult for us to catch up. The Black Blood Research Institute's master said with a trembling voice, and his own blood was also boiling. The martial madman was silent. How many years had it been? Their bloodline had been pursuing greater strength. Even his master and the ancestors of past generations were on the road, wanting to cross over and reach this legendary level. But now, it seemed that there was still a long way to go. At the very least, these people couldn't do it yet. It was just that he didn't know what that ancestor was like. His origins were strange, mysterious, and unfathomable. Back then, it was said that he crawled out from a burial pit. Every time he thought of this, the martial emperor felt uneasy. Boom! Suddenly, a pitch-black hole appeared, and a path turned from blurry to clear. An incomparably cold creature walked out with large strides, bringing with it a vast amount of baleful aura. Then, on the other side, a chilly wind howled angrily, and bone ashes filled the air. Another path appeared here, and dense, ominous matter boiled and rushed out from there. In an instant, more creatures came from the ancient hell and the floating earth of the four extremes. They were all supreme beings, and there was one from each of them. They originally stood with their hands behind their backs, their heads held high, extremely arrogant and cold. But in the blink of an eye, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces, and they were completely stunned. What did they just see? An expert from their own camp was killed by a single person. Boom! The most shocked of all was the newly arrived expert of the ancient underworld. Earlier, his eyes were as cold as the abyss, staring down at the ancient underworld. But now, he saw a resplendent fist appearing right before his eyes. Pooh! He was blasted apart. He had just appeared, yet his body was already shattered. His entire body was like broken porcelain as he flew out, and his ominous energy was everywhere. He simply didn't dare believe it. He didn't get to see the scene of the Soul River creature respectfully welcoming him, and now his flesh was directly blasted apart by someone. Who? Ho! He roared in anger, shouting loudly. Hurry and activate the sacrificial texts. Someone shouted. After all, he was a supreme being. Even though he was furious, he still reacted the instant he suffered a disaster. The sacrificial text in his blood revived, and after being reminded by his companions, a strange screen of light was instantly formed between his flesh. Despite this being the case, he still almost died. A portion of his origin was directly scattered, and there was no way for him to return. This is breaking through to the highest domain allowed to exist in the heavens. He roared in anger. At the same time, his heart trembled, and he was terrified. How could this be? He recognized that person. It was that celestial emperor from the past. How could he have reached this level? It made even the cracks of his bones release a chill. At this time, the expert from the floating earth of the four extremes also received a baptism. As soon as he walked out of the passage, he was blocked and blasted apart. He was unable to restrain his anger. Soon after, someone else also arrived in the burial pit. It was a monster with a sinister and terrifying appearance. Viscous liquid flowed from its mouth, corroding the void and making even time unstable. Everything was in chaos. Unfortunately, they still weren't a match. Even though there were 3 more people, they still all saw blood. They were blasted apart twice. Moreover, something bad happened. The expert from the ancient hell was completely targeted by the man in the primal chaos mist, and he continuously blasted him. In the end, with a PU sound, his sacrificial text collapsed, never to condense again. No, he roared loudly. He knew what this signified. After being attacked by an expert whose level was higher than his and losing the protection of the sacrificial texts, how could he still stay here? He was undoubtedly going to die. In reality was even more cruel than he had anticipated. While he was fleeing and the others were covering for him, he was quickly submerged by fist light and then exploded. After a series of attacks, he was continuously crushed by the fist light until he was completely obliterated. His body and spirit were both destroyed. Moreover, something bad happened a step further. The bronze coffin plate was like a mirror, shining with eternal and inextinguishable radiance. Not only did it reflect the celestial emperor's figure. Now, the bronze coffin plate shone again, forming a great cauldron. Even though unmatched creatures came to help from the strange origins, the current situation was even more dangerous. With a hong sound, the fist imprint smashed through everything in its way. True blood splashed everywhere. At the same time, the great cauldron released endless source energy, suppressing forward and directly crushing a monster. Without the sacrificial texts, this person's body and Tao would have been erased. Despite this being the case, this creature lost a lot of its source energy. After a few more blows, it might still be wiped out. So. At this moment, the few of them all disappeared. They relied on the sacrificial text to hide in that eternal, unknown land again, transcending beyond the heavens. However, this place was too evil. There was an indescribable, great, and terrifying existence that threatened their lives. This put the unmatched beings in a dilemma. There's no other way. Let's draw out most of the sacrificial texts and form sacrificial talismans to penetrate the main sacrificial ground and summon the living existence there to take action. One of them shouted. However, the others remained silent. It was because if they did this, their vitality would be greatly injured and they would lose a large amount of their source energy. A single mistake and they would die. What are we still waiting for? He's blocking the way outside. He's going to block the door and kill us. There's no other choice. The eight-headed Supreme being roared angrily. He was the most anxious because if he was hit one or two more times, he would undoubtedly die. He would never be able to reform his true body again. He was sure that this was an energy that exceeded their level. Even if it wasn't complete, it still set foot in a higher realm. It's coming again. At this time, the voice of that monster under the four extremes floating earth trembled. There was something attached to his back, making even a strange creature like him shiver inwardly. The expressions of those at the side all changed. Someone shouted, "Everyone, join hands together. We will carry out a small sacrifice. Offer up a large half of the sacrificial text within our bodies. Make the main sacrificial ground appear and suppress and kill this monster." Then they rushed out from this place, no longer daring to stay in this strange and deathly still place. There really was something spying on them, closing in on them, coveting their flesh and souls. It was too terrifying. It was to the extent where they could already smell the aura of their bodies dying. They felt that unless they reached a state of inevitable death, they wouldn't come back here again. How long? When they came out this time, they joined hands to face the enemy. Moreover, they immediately condensed sacrificial texts, summoning the main sacrificial ground, wishing to guide it to reveal a vague outline. Previously, they had already called out, but it wasn't this thorough. They had previously wanted to open up a path, guide in wisps of forbidden power. In the end, the path was blocked by the coffin lid of the male in the primal chaos mist, moreover shattering that place. Now, they threw caution to the wind. The sacrificial texts that floated out from their bodies gathered together, unexpectedly turning into a simple and unadorned talisman, one that was comparatively more complete. How long? It released endless light, illuminating all realms. At this moment, there was sacrificial text radiance everywhere, terrifying beyond compare. Moreover, the talisman released a sound, as if it was praying, as if there were millions and millions of creatures making wishes, praying, calling for something to descend. These unmatched things, dog things, forcefully plundering the will force accumulated over so many years, all for the sake of communicating with a certain place, carrying out the so-called sacrificial ceremony. In the back, Nine Daos was furious, his face even twitching. That was provided by the sea of creatures of the past, as well as countless great realms that had been sucked dry. Those great realms all became places without laws, while a sea of creatures died. This was too hateful, using the heavens as a sacrifice. Yet they still borrowed the will force of creatures of all ages to communicate with the source of strangeness. Hateful, deserving death. 9 Daos, Dog Emperor, and the others were all furious. The heavens fell and the earth split. The strange great realm where the Soul River was cracked, burning, about to explode. Even a mountain wall at the end of the Soul River was collapsing, terrifying beyond compare. Apart from this, the abyss was also collapsing, continuously shrinking, about to explode. One could well imagine how terrifying this type of action was. The sacrificial talisman appeared, summoning the so-called main sacrificial ground. The karma was too great, the effects simply unimaginable. Hong Long Long. At this time, an explosive noise sounded from beyond the world of the living. Ordinary, evolved beings could see with their naked eyes that in the heavens there was a bronze coffin that was like a resplendent emperor's star. It flew over from beyond the heavens, swooping down towards the great earth. The bronze coffin, the complete body, was about to completely descend into this world. It was clear that the appearance of the sacrificial talisman, summoning the main sacrificial ground, made the male in the primal chaos mist feel that something was wrong, using even more powerful methods to attack. How long? The bronze coffin descended, going to suppress the sacrificial talisman, stop the main sacrificial ground from appearing. Moreover, under the thumping sounds, the male walked forward with large steps, going to suppress and kill a few unmatched creatures. So. This time, the unmatched creatures all jumped into the abyss, avoiding the battle, not daring to fight, waiting for the blurry outline of the main sacrificial ground to suppress and kill that celestial emperor. Run! At this moment, at the end of the Soul River, the sea of Soul River creatures on the mountain walls and in the belly of the mountain were all panicking, trembling in fear. Then they fled for their lives. They couldn't stay in this place any longer. Even the unmatched creatures fled, entering the abyss, and their dwelling, that continuous mountain range, the grand mountain walls, were all cracking. The Soul River even stopped flowing. How could they dare to continue staying here? If there was another great battle, they would all die, turning into ashes. Fortunately, the battle just now didn't affect this place. The abyss, surrounded by mountain walls, formed another universe. Every speck of dust inside, a deathly still world. The male in the primal chaos mist didn't pay much attention to these creatures. He was chasing after those unmatched creatures, not wanting to let them go. It's our turn to take the stage. We definitely can't let these Soul River creatures enter the world of the living, the Dog Emperor shouted. Go kill all of them. Nine Dowie spoke, full of confidence. He raised his spear, blocking the entrance to the world of the living. Apart from this, what gave them the most confidence was that there was still a mysterious expert here. His entire body was wrapped in great mist, and before, he dared to confront the unmatched creatures without any fear. Chu Feng didn't say anything, taking the initiative to enter the Soul River. He didn't rashly take action, only holding the line. It was because his main task was to prevent the unmatched creatures from escaping from the abyss. If they attacked the Dog Emperor, Nine Dowie, and the others, or charged into the world of the living, then it would be a disaster. Blood would overflow into the heavens, and the entire world would become deathly still. Kill! Large amounts of Soul River creatures fled, but in the end, their path was blocked, so their eyes were naturally bloodshot. Bang! Chu Feng said he wouldn't take action, but he couldn't completely ignore them either. Facing the attacks of so many creatures, he took a step forward, golden patterns spreading, suppressing large amounts of creatures until they fell limp to the ground, unable to move. Then Tai Yi, the master of the Black Blood Research Institute, and the others quickly and decisively took action. These people weren't easy to deal with. They came from the underground world, and now they directly started a massacre. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. This day was too terrible and too terrifying for the Soul River. From now on, the Soul River would completely decline. Delightful. Li Su laughed heartily, killing in and out of the soul river creatures without restraint. He wasn't lenient at all. His close female friend had fallen into the soul river and was brought here to become an indescribable monster. There was hatred in his heart. Moreover, this was originally a confrontation between two great factions, and he was ruthless and cruel in his attacks. Li Su was ever-changing, his divine abilities like the sea, and his wondrous techniques like waves. He covered the sky and earth, and a large number of great moves blossomed like the evolution of a modular house. For a moment, he was the most ruthless in his killing. Nine Dowie also went crazy from killing. The main thing was that he was a bit worried. That person had only manifested a pair of feet, leaving behind a line of golden footprints after entering the world of the abyss, and had never come out again. What had happened to him? He was very worried. This emperor is happy, and I'm in a killing mood. Today, I'll wipe out all of you soul brats. Go to hell, and from now on, there'll be no more soul river in the heavens. The dog emperor howled. He was very excited and moved. The celestial emperor he had been looking forward to had returned, and this filled him with confidence and boundless battle prowess. The entire place was in chaos. The soul river creatures lost confidence and no longer had any will to fight. Their casualties were disastrous, and it seemed like they couldn't hold on any longer. Even though there were many of them, they were continuously defeated. Rumble. However, at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The heavens swayed, and great worlds fell, about to sink into the abyss. At this moment, the 10,000 worlds rumbled, as if they were about to be ignited and become sacrifices. The feeling of doomsday appeared in every heavenly region, and a terrifying aura pervaded the air, reaching its peak. The great change that would affect this era had officially occurred, and this was also like the opening of an old chapter, welcoming the beginning of a new era. A portion of the main sacrificial grounds outline appeared. It appeared in the land of eternal transcendence and shone down. The sacrificial talisman jointly produced by the unmatched existences didn't affect the overall situation, whether or not it was suppressed by the copper coffin. It only illuminated the sacrificial runes and transmitted information, and had long achieved its goal. That was why the main sacrificial ground appeared. At this time and space split apart. There was a terrifying crack that made time flow in reverse and space contract. Something was going to come out from there. The heavens wailed in grief. The creatures of the 10,000 realms shivered and lay on the ground, as if they had lost their own consciousness. Countless creatures' brains were completely blank, as if they would die at any time, turn into dust and ashes. Regardless of whether it was Nine Daos, the dog emperor, or the decaying corpse, even those as powerful as them now had their soul light on the verge of collapse. They couldn't look straight at the soul river at all. Chu foam blocked in front. The golden patterns released from beneath his feet became even more concentrated and powerful. He withstood that incomparably terrifying aura and protected the people behind him. Right now, forget about the others. Even the unmatched creatures in the abyss were trembling, their soul light swaying. It really succeeded. It was summoned. There were unmatched creatures that roared. They stared at that person in the primal chaos mist, as well as at his bronze coffin. Everything should end now. The monster that just arrived in Burial Pit was excited. He was trembling as he roared. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. In that broken space-time, the long river of time became chaotic. It was as if someone was changing its direction. The most terrifying thing was that there was a large withered bone hand reaching out. All of the aura was released by it. It suppressed the 10,000 realms and wanted to destroy the heavens, treating everything from past to present as an offering. This large withered bone hand was too terrifying. It was originally unknown just how powerful it was. On top of its withered bone, there were a few long hairs. They were sparse, but they appeared even more terrifying. The large withered bone hand directly grabbed towards the man in the primal chaos mist. It wanted to grab him in one go and kill him. The Celestial Emperor in the primal chaos mist faced the enemy. However, the aura released by the large withered bone hand was really too terrifying. It made the bronze coffin rumble, deafening and resounding through 10,000 realms. This made one's blood run cold. That kind of aura seemed impossible to resist. It made countless evolvers shiver from head to toe. That level of energy was too powerful. Even the unmatched beings in the abyss were trembling. They couldn't help but want to kowtow and quickly fall back. At the same time, they couldn't help but want to celebrate. Suddenly, another shocking change took place. In that unknown land, a pair of feet appeared, leaving behind a faint golden footprint in the void. Even though it wasn't that clear, it truly existed. Those feet were extremely slow. They crossed the long river of time, walking over just like that. They approached, the rhythm of those feet looking gentle, but no one could avoid them. They couldn't hide, directly stepping towards the large withered bone hand. Under everyone's eyes of disbelief, that place actually released kacha-kacha sounds. That large hand shattered, collapsing. How is this possible? There were unmatched creatures that cried out. Is efficient great lord not here yet? There is no one presiding over that area. Retreat. Even the unmatched creatures were alarmed. Chapter 1492. How terrifying a scene was this? The great dried bone hand that reached out from the land of main sacrifice was actually trampled to pieces, scattering into the void. One had to understand that when it just appeared, it made the heavens fall, making all unmatched creatures shiver in fear, unable to help but kneel down and worship. Its power was unmatched. Now a pair of feet walked over, crossing the long river of time, trampling it apart just like that. How could this not be terrifying? It shook the heavens above and earth below, all experts shaken. The unmatched creature was fleeing, truly wishing to run. How are they supposed to fight this? They paid a tremendous price, extracting most of the sacrificial texts from their bodies, condensing them into symbols with their blood, summoning the land of main sacrifice. In the end, the great dried bone hand had just reached out from the land of main sacrifice. Yet it was stopped just like that. Roar. A muffled roar sounded. That dried bone creature in the land of main sacrifice was furious. Who was provoking him? Who was destroying his hand bones? Was this a form of humiliation? He had slept for many years, guarding the land of main sacrifice, watching over this gate. Today, he was awakened by a creature from his own camp. Yet in the end, he was actually trampled to pieces in contempt. His other large hand reached out. Moreover, there were rotten wings, as well as a sinister head, as well as large amounts of bone spurs. They appeared from a void, wishing to walk out from the passage. The dried bone creature was unimaginably powerful. After its aura appeared, there were some great worlds that suffered attacks, about to be destroyed. For example, the world where the Soul River resided was collapsing. The abyss cosmos was cracking apart, even the natural laws being erased. This type of scene was too terrifying. The dried bone creature's power level was horrifying, just ridiculously powerful, simply impossible to estimate. If its true body came out, making a trip through the world, the heavens would likely suffer great damage, most of all things obliterated. Even evolved beings might experience a great life and death disaster. That pair of feet moved again, walking towards the land of main sacrifice, leaving behind a line of faint golden footprints in the void behind it. It walked towards the dried bone creature. At the same time, behind it, the faint golden footprints actually condensed the void, stabilizing heaven and earth. All of the worlds no longer trembled, all of them becoming quiet. He wanted to enter the land of main sacrifice, deal with the dried bone creature. At this moment, the male in the primal chaos mist also moved. His appearance was heroic and imposing, his eyes like lightning. His fist imprint was like a great furnace, like the heavens, unmatched. In reality, he had always been fearless, daring to take action against the dried skeleton creatures. A rumbling sound rang out. The great cauldron appeared above his head. He took a step forward, and the great river of time flowed in reverse, pressing forward. Above his head, the great cauldron released strand after strand of source energy, every single strand extremely intimidating, containing endless profound mysteries. Every single strand was a type of great Tao chain, exceeding the levels of all realms in the heavens. The primordial source energy was like a curtain, hanging down, causing his body to become increasingly indistinct, hazy yet imposing, as if he alone could suppress the past, present, and future. Boom! He walked straight toward the main offering ground. At the same time, he faced the skeleton creature and punched out. This place was instantly submerged by all kinds of particles that surpassed the Tao ancestor substance. It was as if the heavens had burst a dam, attacking the past and the present, sweeping through the vast sea of time. At the same time, those feet already entered, tearing open the entrance, at the same time trampling down on the dried skeleton creature. This region was completely submerged in primal chaos, corroded by unmatched energy particles. Nothing could be seen, an expanse of nothingness, hazy and indistinct. It transcended the heavens, difficult for those of the outside world to find it, unable to determine its position. At the final moment, everyone saw that bronze coffin be sent out. That coffin lid rumbled, releasing kung-chong noises, releasing endless multicolored light, covering the bronze coffin, sealing it tightly. Pung! The bronze coffin flew out, landing on the path of the Soul River exit, as if it was intimidating something. Below the abyss, the unmatched beings were all in incomparable pain. It was because even though that level of exchange didn't target them, there were mysterious particle attacks. Even though they were extremely thin, they were still seriously affected. They wanted to escape to the extent where they even successfully tore apart the realm wall, opening up a passage to the outside world, but they were still affected. Some of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, flying outwards, falling into the abyss. Some of their bodies were in tatters, corroded greatly, as if they were hacked several 100,000 times by the blade of time, their lifespans decreasing by a large amount. They couldn't leave. The land of Main's sacrifice released mysterious particles, as well as the spreading, terrifying fluctuations, cutting off the connection between this place and the outside world, trapping them here, unable to leave the abyss cosmos. They were horrified. The expressions of the unmatched beings all changed, having a premonition that something major was going to happen today. The main sacrifice still hadn't appeared, hadn't arrived yet, and there was no one in charge of that region. A single withered skeleton creature couldn't stop those two at all. The withered skeleton creature would be erased. What should they do? Was the land of Maine sacrifice going to fall? When they thought of this problem, their scalps went numb, simply not daring to imagine that terrifying consequence. Once the main sacrifice found out, he would definitely be furious. Only heaven knew what kind of terrifying disaster would descend. The heavens wouldn't be able to endure that person's fury. Since ancient times, there had never been a case of the main sacrifice losing the land of sacrifice before starting the great sacrifice. If the land of sacrifice was lost, it would become a laughingstock. With the arrival of the gray era, how could that gray main sacrifice tolerate this type of humiliation? However, it was too late to say anything now. The unmatched beings couldn't stop it at all. They wanted nothing more than to reverse the river of time and return everything to the beginning, as if nothing had happened. They really couldn't bear that kind of terrifying consequence. Some people were scared, some were fearful, and naturally, some were excited and joyful. At this time, at the exit of the Soul River realm, the Dog Emperor was so beautiful that snot bubbles were about to come out. After so many years, he finally approached that bronze coffin again. Not far away, the bronze coffin was lying there, silent and motionless, but deterred the sea of Soul River army, making them not dare to act blindly without thinking, not daring to charge out. Woof, ha! The Dog Emperor was very coquettish, and now, one couldn't see his old age. He wore his own 9-colored combat pants, one of his large paws on his waist, the other waving in the air, saying, "Kill, destroy the Soul River." He was high-spirited. How many years had it been? It had been an entire epoch since he had felt so carefree. And now that the Emperor had returned, they would finally meet again. He was trembling. The Emperor in the bronze coffin had returned. What was there to be afraid of? "Look at how excited you are," Nine Daos mocked. He was also extremely happy, extremely excited. He personally saw those legs unharmed, reappearing, moreover trampling apart the main sacrifice's withered skeleton creatures, making his hot blood surge. With a war spear in hand, he began to unleash a slaughter in all directions. Towards his disrespectful words, the Dog Emperor surprisingly didn't retaliate, still grinning foolishly. Right now, this place became their home field. Even though they were in the Soul River, they could see what the original creatures were like, all of their essence, energy scattered, wishing to escape this realm. Large amounts of Soul River original creatures were terrified, really wishing to rush into the Yang realm, leave the world behind them. Today, they truly felt despair, incomparably horrified. What did they see? The unmatched creatures were defeated miserably. The main sacrifice's withered skeleton protector trampled to death. Wasn't it rumored that their camp controlled the world, overlooking past and present? Yet now, everything changed. Didn't they see that even the unmatched experts wanted to escape? What reason did they have to stay behind to guard the ruined Soul River? In today's battle, the Soul River had been pierced through, and it could be considered to be completely ruined, not far from destruction. However, even though the sea of Soul River creatures were in an uproar, after seeing that coffin, they all became nervous, even trembling in fear. Many creatures didn't dare to cross over. Only a portion of Soul River creatures whose eyes were bloodshot, completely disregarding their own life and death, didn't care anymore. They slaughtered their way over, wishing to rush into the Yang realm. Pung! Nine Daos brandished the war spear, the spear point like several dozen great suns soaring into the sky, scattering down millions and millions of strands of radiance. This was an incomparably terrifying edge, piercing through a few level Soul River creatures, blood splashing through the void. Still want to escape? My master is here. Who dares take half a step past the lightning pool? The bald man shouted. At this time, his bald head became even more shiny. He was in a great mood. Not only was his face radiant, even his bald head was the same. Endless transformations, flowers bloom with a single thought. Watch this emperor descend upon the world. The Dog Emperor was also excited from the slaughter, and he couldn't help but shake his body. This time, it wasn't just dog fur flying everywhere, but many of them really did appear, killing their way out. However, he soon shivered. This kind of supreme art wasn't suitable for such a high-profile display, because the great empress, who had created this secret art and perfected it to an invincible level, didn't like it randomly using this kind of art. If there was anyone the Dog Emperor was afraid of, it would be that person. It was just that it hadn't seen her for many years. As for the others, including the Celestial Emperor in the bronze coffin, they had all been chased by the Dog Emperor for many years before they grew up, so they naturally didn't fear him. Tai emitted divine light and began a massacre among the Soul River creatures, truly massacring them in all directions. However, the most shocking thing was still where Li Su was. His eyes were bloodshot, and this time, he broke through the Soul River in an upright manner, confronting the army head-on. Li Su was known as the prehistoric Black Hand. Not only did he like to attack from behind, but his true strength was also unfathomable. Otherwise, how could he be so famous? Watch me rule the world with one thought and become an immortal monarch. Li Haizi was so excited that he began to roar. This caused the Dog Emperor to look at him in astonishment. He had always felt that this black kid wasn't a good person. Could it be that he wanted to steal his art? Li Su flipped out, and in an instant he actually split into dozens of himself, all of them like his true body and began to slaughter in all directions. At this moment, the soul river creatures were howling in grief. Even the experts were being cut down in large swaths. They couldn't stop the berserk Lehizi at all, and were swept away. Bang! Lehizi had gone crazy, arrogant, and tyrannical. Dozens of himself attacked together, some wielding the myriad mother golden seal, some wielding iron cudgels, and some brandishing snow-white heavenly blades. They slashed horizontally like raging waves beating against the shore, and boundless divine light bloomed. Everywhere he passed, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The enemies in all directions collapsed, and the soul river creatures were like castles on the beach. When the waves of energy swept over, they instantly collapsed and no longer existed. Li Su's blood surged, and his emotions surged. He was excited and crazed as he continued to push forward. Then the bald man cried out in pain. He glared at Lehizi and said, "Are you crazy? Who are you attacking? Why did you sneak attack the back of my head?" "I'm sorry. I saw that it was shiny and the patterns of the great Tao intertwined, and in a moment of carelessness, I couldn't control myself, and used a sneak attack," Li Su quickly explained. However, why did this explanation feel stranger the more he explained? Only a few people from his generation, those from the underground world, were calm and unperturbed. However, they were cursing silently. This bastard liked to use sneak attacks, and it had become a habit. They instantly guessed that Lehizi must have seen that the bald man was very strong and was blocking in front of him, so he couldn't control himself and gave him a sneak attack out of habit. Of course, this was also related to his crazed killing. Be careful! The bald man was furious. No one had ever dared to use sneak attacks on him. This old bastard of the later generation was really crazy. Li Su smiled sheepishly and said, "I'll be careful again. I guarantee it won't happen again." However, that attack just now wasn't heavy. That incarnation of mine was holding a replica of the 10,000 Duke Golden Seal, condensed from ordinary laws. It's not the real 10,000 Duke Golden Seal. Why did his words sound so awkward? Not only did the bald man glare, but Tai Ian, the master of the Black Blood Research Institute, also had unfriendly expressions. They wanted to say, "Do you have any shame? At this time, you still have the cheek to mention the 10,000 Duke Golden Seal?" That was clearly the 10,000 motherly Golden Seal. However, there was one person whose face was even darker and uglier than theirs. In the end, his face even turned green and dark green. That was the Martial Emperor. He stared at Li Su's dozens of bodies, and the more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. How is this some incarnation technique? Li Su, Lehizi, did you steal my scripture? This is my 7 deaths technique. How did you learn it? When did you learn it? The martial madman was enraged and lost his composure. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like it. Without a doubt, he was sure that this was the scripture he had created. "Ah, this is yours. I almost forgot about it. Back then, I casually flipped through scripture and felt that it wasn't bad, so I casually practiced it. I didn't expect it to still be useful. Damn you." The Martial Emperor's eyes were red with anger. This was going too far. However, the others were very calm. They didn't get along with each other, and not long ago, they had joined hands to kill Li Su in the Outer Realms. In the end, they killed an incarnation and a so-called obsession. Now Li Su was such a scam. It was completely understandable that he had done such a thing in the past. Moreover, according to Lehizi's character, this was completely normal for him. "When did you steal the scripture? Don't make it sound so bad. We were just exchanging pointers," Li Su replied. "Who exchanged pointers with you?" The Martial Emperor glared. "We exchanged pointers in the past. Didn't we exchange pointers? Did we have a bloody battle? I beat you until your head bled, and then you ran away. Later on, I thought that your cultivation technique was not bad, so I followed you all the way to your lair to read it." Li Su's face did not turn red, and his heart did not skip a beat. His expression did not change as he spoke. "You're going too far." The martial madman was going crazy. This bastardly Lehizi was too much. After the battle back then, he actually tailed him and ran away. The martial emperor had only lost once in his life, and that was during the battle with Li Su. However, his performance in that battle was shocking and glorious, and it shook the world. Because after the battle, the martial madman and Li Su fought for a long time. They fought for more than 800 rounds before Li Su's forehead was broken and he escaped. Let's talk it out. The martial path is more important in exchanging pointers. We'll talk again later. The martial madman didn't want to talk to him anymore. He had made up his mind to go into seclusion after he returned and try to comprehend some supreme technique. He couldn't hesitate anymore. Even if his body was rotting and a huge problem arose, he would persevere in cultivating this peerless technique. However, the thing that made him vomit blood wasn't over yet. But this time, it wasn't Li Haizi who provoked him, but someone else. At the same time, that person caused Li Su's expression to turn sluggish. He was somewhat dazed because someone wanted to exchange pointers with him. The man in the fog had found him and wanted to take a look at the 7 deaths method. He said that he wanted to use it as a reference and develop another peerless technique. That's right, this matter was done by Chu Feng. He didn't feel guilty at all, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. In any case, the martial madman's faction had been chasing him for a long time. What's wrong with collecting some interest? Besides, it's not like I haven't raided your lair before. I did it not long ago. In any case, I've already stolen a lot of scriptures from you, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Chu Feng was expressionless as he continued to ask for it. Although he had raided the martial madman's lair, he didn't obtain the so-called time technique and 7 deaths method. Moreover, the martial emperor definitely didn't know that he was the one who did it. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain another scripture. No matter what they thought, it would increase his combat strength and allow him to achieve a higher level of advancement. Demon King Chu was quite at ease. You're all intolerable bullies. The martial madman's eyes were turning green. That was his scripture. In the end, those two didn't even look at him. They simply didn't want his consent. You're extorting martial madman. Li Su spoke and stabbed the martial madman once again. The martial emperor was so angry that he didn't want to say anything. But he gradually calmed down after thinking things through. After all, the person in the fog was truly ferocious and could block supreme entities. Now that he said he wanted to read the scripture, perhaps he really wanted to create a new technique. At least it was better than being defiled by Li Haizi. At least he wouldn't feel so disgusted and stifled. Li Su had casually tossed out a tattered scripture, yet he really recorded it. This made the martial madman's eyes turn green again. This martial madman really didn't have any good ideas. He really did have the intention to announce it to the world. Otherwise, why would he record it? What a despicable person. Chu Feng immediately put it away. He felt at ease because he could study it after this matter was over. He would have another trump card when he fought against his enemies in the future. At the same time, he shot a glance at the martial madman. Now that he had received some benefits, he might as well forget about it in the future and let bygones be bygones. In truth, the martial madman simply didn't know that a certain person had just struck his name off the little black book. Otherwise, he would definitely be punished in the future. At this time, the Soul River creatures had been slaughtered to the point of collapse. How would the monsters in the distance dare to charge in when they had all been killed? Most importantly, there was a bronze coffin in front of them, and a great deity was standing on it. The man in the fog stood motionless with golden patterns spreading beneath his feet. Even though he hadn't made a move, his deterrence was simply too great. Chu Feng had been staring at the abyss all this time in case the supreme entity suddenly attacked out of desperation. Boom! A vague silhouette of a foot appeared in the land of sacrifice. It trembled violently as a peerless aura erupted. All kinds of light particles filled the air and corroded the outside world. Roars came from the abyss as the supreme entity's bodies were torn apart by the impact. There were even some who were split into pieces. Their heads fell to the ground and were quickly reconstructed. The original creatures of the Soul River were in complete despair. They were trembling in fear. How could they resist this? There was simply no way out. In the army of Soul River, the White Crow's face was deathly pale. Could they still let the crow live? In the distance, the heads of the supreme entities were rolling all over the ground. This gave him a great fright. I miss my mother. At this moment, the white crow recalled his childhood. When he had encountered the most terrifying events, he couldn't help but miss his mother. Now, he felt very ashamed because he was thinking of her again. The creatures of the Soul River were trembling and didn't dare to charge into the world of the living. They all stopped in the distance. The Dog Emperor finally got his chance. He stood on his hind legs and ran toward the bronze coffin. "Brother, Celestial Emperor, I'm coming," the Dog Emperor shouted. Nine Dowie also followed and said, "Say, those two have killed their way into the land of main sacrifice. Will there be any communication?" I didn't see them talking. The rotten corpse rushed over and also rushed forward with large strides. At this time, a faint voice was heard. "Kings don't meet kings, just like me. Didn't I also not meet those two? That makes sense." The Dog Emperor nodded. Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Who are you? Which king are you?" Not only did the Dog Emperor turn around, but the rotten corpse and Nine Dowie also turned around. They all felt that the person who spoke was too arrogant. "Which king are you?" Then they saw the man in the fog. He was walking over slowly and calmly, golden patterns spreading under his feet. This person was indeed very strong, but why did they feel that something was wrong? They remembered. Just from how you extorted that madman, we felt that you, as a king, were a bit overconfident. Who are you looking at? Who's the madman? The martial madman's face was dark green. He really wanted to kill someone. Clang! The bronze coffin trembled slightly. At this time, the Dog Emperor came close. "Brother," the Dog Emperor growled. "Rumble." At the same time, the land of main sacrifice rumbled and shook violently. This battle was completely over. The Soul River world and the Abyss universe were all covered by a strange aura. Everything here had come to an end. Chapter 1493. Heaven and earth were overturned, the long river of time appearing, silently flowing in reverse. Everything in the world seemed to be changing because of this. That type of scene made even unmatched creatures shiver in fear. This was related to their lives. The main sacrificial ground underwent shocking changes, no one knowing what it would be like. The great battle there ended. That indistinct sacrificial ground was momentarily difficult to see clearly. There was chaotic energy surging, drowning out the Soul River, filling up the Abyss cosmos. One could vaguely hear the weak and despairing roars of withered bone creatures. Then there were bones that turned into dust, scattering through that region. This left the unmatched creatures alarmed, feeling a powerful sense of unease. There shouldn't be any suspense left in this battle. Nine Dowie spoke. The Dog Emperor laughed happily, his large grin reaching his ears. It stood up straight, a pair of large claws on its back, putting on a dog-like appearance. A single battle to decide the universe. The bald male rushed to the very front. With a put-on sound, he knelt down in front of the copper coffin, kowtowing with force. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. After so many years had passed, they were actually able to meet again. Back then, the various divisions of the celestial heavens were scattered, and the heroes of the various paths withered away. All the kings were either dead or injured, and only a few survived. When they thought about the glorious past, heroic talents like rain, experts like clouds, and then looked at the current bleakness, not more than 3 to 5 people old and young alive, it truly was lamentable. "Master, you finally returned, pacifying all of the source of chaos," the bald male said. He thought back to the millions of Imperial Court's troops back then, all of them disappearing, leaving him extremely emotional. This was especially the case with the people at his side, friends and family. With a trembling voice, he said, "Is Master's wife well? Is she still there? Little junior sister. And where is little junior brother?" He was talking about the wife and child of the male in the copper coffin. If they were gone, even as a celestial emperor, it would still be too lamentable. Back then, it really was bitter. Soul River for extremes, floating earth, burial pit, ancient underworld all appeared. There were even unmatched experts from beyond the heavens who attacked Imperial Court's various divisions. The bald male was full of emotions, feeling even more grief and sorrow. I feel like all of this isn't real. How could such a powerful Imperial Court collapse? Sometimes I feel like this is all an illusion, a dream. Everything we experience is fake. Someone deliberately arranged this, and one day, we will wake up from this dream. In the back, the rotten corpse was greatly moved, deeply moved, saying, "That's right, I was also thinking, is this a dream? It's too unreal." Back then, Imperial Court was powerful to the extreme. How could it decline in a single day, collapse? Moreover, my body is actually decayed. This is simply unrealistic. I'm from the same generation as that person, and all of my essence is in my physical body. Even if my soul is gone, my physical body can't be destroyed, so this is definitely fake. I also suspect that one day we will suddenly wake up. "Master, are you all right? Have you finished your transformation? This disciple has come to welcome you. From now on, I will serve you forever." The bald man kowtowed and continuously murmured. After so many years of being separated by life and death, when he saw his master's bronze coffin, all of his emotions, sorrow and joy, flowed out. The dog emperor became serious, which was rare. He didn't go forward and let the bald man talk in a low voice. However, when it looked at the others, especially the group of old whelps, it instantly had the desire to pour out its heart. "Do you see this bronze coffin? It's related to the past, present, and future, and it has a great foundation. My brother Celestial Emperor rose to power with this coffin. Now, no one refuted him. Nine Dowie wouldn't undermine him, and the rotten corpse and the person in the bronze coffin were also brothers. As for Tai E, the Black Blood Research Institute's master, and the others, they were all shocked. They had naturally heard of this coffin, but they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes one day, let alone walk so close to it. Not to mention the others. Even the martial madman was greatly shaken. He slowly approached, his pupils constricting as he stared carefully. Now no one spoke. It could be said that they were incomparably in awe of this coffin because they had heard too many legends about it. Apart from that, was the real body of that celestial emperor lying in the coffin? This was the first time they were so close to the legendary, invincible celestial emperor. The Black Blood Research Institute's master's blood surged, and his emotions surged. He had never thought that one day he would be able to approach the legendary invincible expert. At this moment, he felt his knees go weak, and he couldn't help but want to kneel down. There was an irresistible impulse to kowtow and worship. The Dog Emperor was very satisfied with their reactions, and he said proudly, "You can't treat it as a coffin." According to legend, this thing's origin is unimaginably ancient, and there's no way to verify its age. It can affect the past, present, and future. It clasped its paws behind its back and said in a dignified manner, "In the most ancient times, coffins weren't used to bury living beings. They had other uses, which are recorded in bone books." "That's right," the rotten corpse nodded. Coffins are places of deep sleep, places of rest, and war fortresses of invincible experts. Even Nine Dowie nodded. This coffin in front of them was the most famous, and its complete form represented the past, present, and future. It was a place for experts to hibernate and not a burial ground. It was a place to cultivate in order to become stronger in the future. So, Celestial Emperor is recuperating and transforming inside. Li Su asked, "That's right, brother. I've missed you for countless years, and now my old eyes are blurry. Why don't you come out?" The Dog Emperor trembled as he walked forward. He held the lid of the coffin, tapping it lightly. One could see that his large paws were trembling slightly. This was because he was a bit worried. After such a long time, why hadn't the person he had once followed come out yet? In reality, the others were also a bit uneasy. Although the man in the coffin had become Celestial Emperor, he was still their brother, their master, and would never put on airs. It had already been so long, and his disciple was muttering and crying. How could he remain indifferent? He should have shown himself long ago. Clang! The Dog Emperor was very decisive, directly opening the bronze coffin lid. At this time, the bald man had already stood up. He was trembling, and he had a bad premonition. He immediately rushed over. "Master!" he shouted loudly, and his expression completely changed. At this time, the dog emperor also stuck his large head out, entering the coffin to see the situation inside. Wisps of true blood, dark red with a sparkling luster. But there was no emperor's might flowing in the coffin. There wasn't much of it, but it was still a shocking sight. "Brother!" The dog emperor was anxious, rushing into the giant coffin. He couldn't bear any longer and wanted to see what was going on. The decayed corpse was anxious, and uneasy. He also jumped in, entering the coffin. This was a coffin with the outer coffin as the outer coffin. It was 20 meters long, and there was a smaller inner coffin inside. According to legend, a complete coffin should originally have 3 layers, but in an extremely ancient era, 1 layer was taken away, leaving behind 2 bronze coffins for later generations. The bald man, Li Su, and the others also rushed in. Clang! The dog emperor used his large paw to open the small coffin, but there was still only blood, no one inside. "Where is he? Brother, where are you?" The dog emperor roared, truly anxious. Impossible! The transformation definitely couldn't have failed. He is so powerful, and after such a long period of hibernation and evolution, he should be invincible in the heavens and earth. The decayed corpse was anxious and extremely uneasy. Not being able to find anyone at the scene made them very anxious. They even felt their hair stand on end, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts. There are some broken bones. As expected of an archaeologist who had traveled underground all year round, the decayed corpse immediately discovered the abnormality and took out some broken bones from the dark red blood. Where is he? Why did he leave these things behind? The decayed corpse was shocked. Could he have been eaten by some creature? At this time, only Li Su dared to speak up. If he had any doubts, he would really be shooting his mouth off. "Brat, what are you talking about?" Before the others could react, Joey attacked, striking the back of Li Su's head. Li Su was filled with resentment. He had lived from prehistoric times until now, and it was one thing to be an old brat, but now he was reduced to a brat. But he was too embarrassed to retort, and there was nothing he could say. Didn't he see that the dog emperor was already in the mood to kill? And the decayed corpse's eyes were extremely unkind, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Joey was beating him up to help him cover up. "Master, where did you go? Don't scare me. Come out quickly." The bald man was helpless and terrified, afraid that his deepest worry would come true. So many years had passed. Could it be that his master's transformation had failed? He indeed had a bad feeling. After all, only 1 bronze coffin lid had fallen to attack the enemy, and then only the phantom of the celestial emperor appeared, not the true body. How could the bald man not be afraid now? If this was the truth, then wasn't it too cruel? How tragic was it? All of this is fake. Who is directing this show? My master can't be dead. The transformation should be complete. The bald man roared. Yes, his transformation was successful. There is proof here. He expelled all the blood and bones of the past and evolved to become the highest existence in the heavens. The decayed corpse said, no matter what, he did not believe that the celestial emperor was dead. The dog emperor was on the verge of breaking down. Looking at the blood and bones, he howled, "Brother, where are you? I'm waiting for you to come back and reunite with me. I also want you to save the celestial emperor. Why did you leave us behind? I don't believe it. I don't accept it." Soon, they felt an emotion here. There was a deep longing and reluctance, as if they did not want to leave this world. This caused the dog emperor to break down. He could feel that this was the remnant aura left behind by his brother, the celestial emperor. It contained the last of his emotions. How could this be? No matter how the decayed corpse speculated or tried to find excuses, it was difficult to conceal this cruel reality. Something had happened to the celestial emperor's true body. Perhaps he had truly fallen. The bald man fell limp to the ground, suddenly losing his vitality. His master's wife, junior sister, and junior brother might have died in battle back then. Now, even his master was gone. This family was too tragic. How could this be? Haha. In the Abyss universe, someone was laughing loudly. The Supreme Beings sensed the situation here and were all incomparably excited. It turned out that the man reflected from the coffin had died. No wonder his true body didn't appear. Was this the strongest battle intent that his final obsession could manifest? After this battle, he would probably never appear again. Boom! Feng made his move at the right time. He took a step forward, golden patterns spreading under his feet, and a blurry figure appeared behind him, displaying its might toward the Abyss universe. That area was isolated, but when there was external pressure, the space here was still unstable, and the primal chaos surged. The eight-headed Supreme Being and the experts of the underworld immediately groaned. Some Supreme Beings' heads rolled off, while others' bodies were torn apart. The injuries they had suffered before were too severe. These people were affected by the great battle in the land of main sacrifice. It was already fortunate enough that they didn't die. Now, after being stimulated by this external force, supreme true blood splashed in all directions. Their eyes immediately became ice cold. Unfortunately, they couldn't come out. Moreover, they were also worried that the curtains had fallen on the land of main sacrifice. Would someone come to take care of them? As expected, the great battle had completely ended. A line of golden footprints was left in the void, gradually fading into the distance, and then completely disappearing. The primal chaos mist flowed, wrapping around a man. He walked toward the bronze coffin, heroic and imposing, but also a bit lonely. He had too much reluctance to leave this world. All of you must live well. He came, his gaze sharp and then gentle. He looked at the Dog Emperor, the rotten corpse, the bald man, and the others. There was familiarity, but also endless sorrow. Then he slowly faded away, just like the pair of feet and the golden footprints disappearing from this world. He's dead. He's gone. The golden footprints are also gone. In the abyss, shocked and joyful voices came. Their shackles had been removed, and they could leave. No one could keep them in check anymore. But where's the land of main sacrifice? Why is it also blurry? Not good. The land of main sacrifice has been drilled through, sunk. Heavens, what should we do? They were shaken, horrified. The great sacrifice hadn't even begun, yet the land of main sacrifice was already destroyed. The unmatched creatures felt their blood run cold. They would be severely punished, especially since this battle was originally started by them. In that instant, they felt a chill from head to toe. Perhaps they would be directly used as sacrifices. Wong, a strange sound rang out. The outline of the land of main sacrifice appeared. The most terrifying thing was that behind the land of main sacrifice, there seemed to be something guiding all things in the outside world. Several unmatched creatures all cried out loudly, soul light fluttering. Then they were all sucked away involuntarily, disappearing from the abyss cosmos. At the same time, countless soul river creatures also cried out in alarm, all of them disappearing from their original locations. Apart from this, the soul river world was collapsing, mysteriously devoured. Dang! Even though the Dog Emperor and the others were sad, they still quickly withdrew with the bronze coffin, leaving the location of the soul river. The man in the bronze coffin died, just like that. No matter what, the Dog Emperor, rotten corpse, and the others couldn't accept this. They had just reunited, yet they were going to part forever. This was too great of a blow for them. In the distance, the Soul River world disappeared. The passageway connecting the Soul River and the Yang realm broke apart. Everything disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had ever happened. But today, it was clearly world-shaking. Many great battles erupted, and some of them would be recorded in the annals of history forever. In the bronze coffin, the bald man was paralyzed there, neither speaking nor moving. Only tears rolled down continuously. How could reality be so cruel? His master was dead. Ever since he rose up, he had always been unrivaled, sweeping through all opponents. But now his transformation actually failed and he died in the coffin. In the back, Chu Feng sighed. Even the mightiest of creatures would head towards decline. They would all reach the end of their lives one day, and no one could be eternal. Cry! Li Su went forward and patted the dog emperor's shoulder, telling him not to hold it unless it hurt his body. He wanted to vent all the pain. You want to trick this emperor into crying? No way. The dog emperor glared as if he had returned to the sun. With a clang, he closed the bronze coffin, completely isolating it from the outside world. Then he changed his dispirited state, his eyes shining as he stared at Li Su. Everyone was locked in the coffin, isolated from the outside world. What do you want to do? Do you want to be buried with him? But don't drag us down with you. Li Su's hair stood on end. The dog emperor stared at Li Su and said, "Little black brat, after seeing you, I suddenly understood everything. What does that have to do with me?" Li Su's heart was pounding. "Little black, you were once killed by an explosion, tricking your sworn brother into inconsolable grief. He cried his heart out, but in the end, aren't you still alive and kicking, behaving atrociously here?" I instantly thought, aren't these the leftovers of Big Black in my coffin? He definitely isn't dead. Of course, it's not to see us cry, but to numb the creatures in the sacrificial ground. The dog emperor wasn't confused at all. His eyes shone with a thieving light, and his mind flashed with inspiration as he completely understood everything. In his view, the one in the bronze coffin was the famous Big Black, even more infamous than the Black Hand. If he had really died, how could he be so calm and not cause a great commotion? If something had happened to Big Black, if he realized that he didn't have long to live, he would probably light the sacrificial ground as a living sacrifice and burn it to ashes. It wouldn't be so peaceful. Little Black meets a great wizard, enlightening me. Little Black meets Big Black, enlightening me, the dog emperor said to himself. Li Su was disgusted. First, he was an old bastard, then he was demoted to a brat. Now, his good name had been stripped away, and he had become Little Black. That's right. The decayed corpse nodded vigorously. He's definitely alive, still in this world. This isn't a remnant of his soul coming back to kill people, nor is it an obsession he left behind after failing to break through to the supreme level. He's definitely still in this world. As the biggest Black, he can't be dead. I reckon he's hiding in the dark, planning a big move. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in the bronze coffin, which made the dog emperor's hair stand on end. It was Celestial Emperor, Big Black. Before the dog emperor and the decayed corpse could roar and vent their dissatisfaction, the blurry figure spoke first. With a warm smile, he nodded in the midst of primal chaos. "I'm fine. My true body is in a foreign land and can't return. Just now, I was just trying to deceive the sacrificial ground. Now, the time limit for my virtual body has indeed come, and I will dissipate." After speaking, he really dissipated, turning into a rain of light that sprinkled into the bronze coffin. "Master!" The bald man was shocked, overjoyed, and excited. Then his entire body spasmed, great sorrow and great joy. He had returned from hell to heaven, causing his body to tremble violently. Wait a moment, what's going on with my physical body? Who is directing this play? Is all of this an illusion? The decayed corpse cried out. He had too many questions, too many things he wanted to ask, but the blurry figure didn't give him the chance. He directly dissipated. He left in too much of a hurry. Is he going to save the great emperor? The dog emperor roared. He looked at the void, and then turned back to look at the emperor corpse. He felt a headache. Forget it. Unless his true body returns, there's no hope. He can't save the emperor. The decayed corpse shook his head. Not far away, Tai Yi, the martial emperor, and a master of the Black Blood Research Institute were all breathing heavily. They were actually in close contact with the celestial emperor. Is it the legendary Big Blackie? Only Li Su dared to speak, mumbling in a low voice. It's over. Everyone, go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. The dog emperor was a bit out of tune. He was in a good mood, so he didn't control his mouth. Should we silence them? No. Shut their mouths. The decayed corpse hinted at the dog emperor, and then looked at Nine Dowie, joining forces with the two of them. The dog emperor hesitated, and then said, "There's no need to go that far. If Big Blackie doesn't want others to know, he should have a backup plan." Tai-E, the martial madman, and the others felt their blood run cold. Was he going to attack them? "This emperor never hurts my own people." The dog emperor patted his chest and guaranteed. He directly lifted the lid of the coffin and saw the light of day again. However, at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The bronze coffin glowed, and the lid of the coffin reflected millions and millions of strands of multicolored light. The light beams flew toward the people present. Chi, chi, chi. No one could resist, nor could they react. The martial emperor Tai-E, the master of the Black Blood Research Institute, and the others were all hit by the multicolored light. They were not injured, but they all staggered and almost fell. They were all confused. The Celestial Emperor is dead. Why is this happening? The master of the Black Blood Research Institute murmured. He had lost a part of his memory. Similarly, the martial emperor Tai-E and the others felt the same. On the scene, the dog emperor, the decayed corpse, and the bald man retained their intact memories. Nine Dowie and Li Su were the same, unaffected. Apart from them, Chu Feng also stayed out of the matter, and no multicolored light flew toward him. Our own people are worth trusting, and we can entrust our backs to him. The dog emperor was surprised. Who was this person in the fog? Why was he so highly recognized? Most importantly, this person's strength was terrifying. At this stage, as long as the efficient didn't come out, this person in the fog was the highest combat power. The Celestial Emperor's choice was very particular. The dog emperor and the others were fine, but Nine Dowie and Li Su's bloodline were also extremely shocking. They were definitely on the same side. In short, the dog emperor, Nine Dowie, and the others, if traced back, were of the same bloodline. Now, this person in the fog was also highly recognized. What happened? Tai-E hesitated with a puzzled look, feeling that something was wrong. "It's nothing, let's go." The dog emperor patted his shoulder. Before leaving, he was very generous and began to distribute the 9 Revolutions revival grass and other great medicines, all of which were harvested from the Soul River. One of these medicines was equivalent to 1 or 2 true lives. Not only this, but there was also the immortal life replenishing flower and others, which everyone received. As strong as the martial emperor and experienced as Tai-E, they were also very excited. These medicinal herbs were all lives, and they were not afraid of dying a few times. With this great medicine, they could come back to life. It was already not bad to find 1 or 2 of these things in the world of the living. Moreover, they were all hidden in famous mountains and great rivers, and it was very difficult to find them. There were several at the scene, so how could they not be shocked? The martial emperor Tai-E and the others had strange expressions because they thought of the legend. With the dog emperor's personality, once something entered its mouth, it could not be taken out again. It would only go in and never come out. Had a miracle happened today? The dog emperor naturally understood the situation. The dog was so old that even its eyelashes were blank. It instantly understood and immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation, saying, "What kind of eyes do you old bastards have? This emperor has always been generous. Those who follow me and go to war with me are all my brothers. So how could I let them suffer losses? Look at your cowardly faces, a bunch of brats who have never seen the world. Your grandpa." The few of them cursed silently. Ever since they met you, us living ancestor-level experts, the ancestors of a sect, have started to become younger and younger, more and more childish. At this time, someone faintly spoke. "What about my share? Didn't you give them all?" The dog emperor turned around, and when he saw that it was the man in the great fog, he immediately became speechless. He was indeed speechless. With such great ability, it was one thing to extort the martial madman and take away his scripture, but now, even this level of medicinal herb was going to be divided. You are a ruthless person who can fight supreme existences. The dog emperor really wanted to say, "Where is your prestige? Where is your elegance as the current supreme combat strength. The others were also speechless. Someone who could fight supreme existences also needed this kind of medicinal herb. How could Chu Feng not understand the meaning of this atmosphere? He really wanted to say, I want it, I need it too much. I fought with my life on the line, but I can't even get a single medicinal herb? In fact, he had a lot of opportunities to dig away large amounts of great medicinal herbs. But at that time, he pretended to be deep and calm and wanted to confront supreme existences. So, he could only watch helplessly as all kinds of great medicinal herbs were dug away by the Dog Emperor. Give me half, Chu Feng said. How much? The Dog Emperor originally wanted to say, do you really want it? But now he was shocked. Not only did he want it, but he also wanted half. Half, Chu Feng said solemnly. After hearing this, the Dog Emperor didn't say anything else. He poured all the large sacks of medicinal herbs into his mouth and directly swallowed them, choking so much that his eyes rolled back. I haven't dealt with it yet. There's an ominous substance in it. You will die, the decayed corpse shouted. Then he stretched out a rotten arm and stuffed it directly into the dog's mouth, digging. The bald man also shouted anxiously, Uncle Master, spit it out. The medicinal properties inside are too strong. There's the 9 revolutions revival grass and the sky immortal life extending medicine. But there's also the 33 heavens grass and other great tonics. You won't be able to swallow it all at once. I have to swallow it even if I can't stand it. The Dog Emperor looked like he had great courage. But soon he began to vomit. The decayed corpse's arm was stuffed directly into his mouth, and he was about to reach into his stomach to dig. Go away. Your arm is rotten. Blurg. The Dog Emperor vomited. Then some medicinal herbs fell out, sticky with his saliva and other things. F***CK. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Chu Feng was beating people, and you guys are singing a double act, right? How could he take it away? He really didn't have such a heavy taste. You, give me a few stalks, I don't want the rest. Chu Feng's face darkened as he looked at the bald man. Then, he looked at the decayed corpse and said, My son, you can't help an outsider. I'm your father. The decayed corpse almost choked to death. Then, he stomped his feet and said, I'm your grandfather. He really wanted to fight the man in the fog to the death, but he was no match for him. The Dog Emperor said, Forget it, give him the herbs. He might really be your father. After we're done, we'll never change, and we'll meet again if fate wills it. Buzz. Suddenly, the copper coffin glowed, and its entire body became sparkling and translucent. It was about to set sail. The Dog Emperor jumped in, and the decayed corpse rushed in after him. Chu Feng looked at the decayed corpse with a gloomy gaze. The decayed corpse cried out in disgust. That look, that expression, it was like an old father looking at his son. Third sect leader. Chapter 1494. God damn it. Your expression is too kind. Can you not look at me like that? I want to beat someone up. The rotten corpse couldn't take it anymore. It really couldn't bear it any longer. On the other side, Chu Feng was disappointed and sad because he felt that this rotten corpse's soul light was the same as the little Taoists. It was definitely the same person. Then he took action. Before leaving, he wanted to clarify some matters and not leave behind any regrets. Too many things had happened today. The great ceremony was about to begin, and the heavens might no longer exist and be reduced to offerings on the altar. From now on, life and death were boundless. Perhaps this would be the last time he met this rotten corpse. As such, Chu Feng wanted to figure out the relationship between this person and his son. Clank. Chu Feng strode forward and grabbed the edge of the bronze coffin with one hand. Golden patterns spread out under his feet as he tried to imprison the coffin and prevent it from flying away immediately. It was truly strange. After the golden patterns spread out under his feet, they actually resonated slightly with the coffin. This startled Chu Feng. The golden ripples emitted by the stone jar, after expanding, could actually guide the bronze coffin. The Dog Emperor was dumbfounded and the rotten corpse was shocked. This bronze coffin represented the past, present, and future. He had never heard of anyone being able to make it resonate with a casual touch. "What do you have on you?" The dog emperor came back to his senses. He was incomparably shaken, and then his hair stood on end as he thought of some old matters that couldn't be verified. This bronze coffin had a total of 3 layers. Someone had taken away the inner coffin, so there were 2 outer coffins left. However, up until now, no one knew who the original owner was. Who was the one who refined it? What era did these 3 mysterious ancient coffins originate from? Even the 9 Daos trembled with fear as he stared at Chu Feng. Unfortunately, he couldn't see through the thick fog, but his heart was shaken endlessly. That was because he was also someone who understood the inside story. The one he spoke of was a world-shaking and world-shattering existence. The one who had left behind the faint golden footprints, who had once taken away the innermost layer of the inner coffin. At the same time, that person was also the one who possessed these 3 coffins earlier. However, as ancient as that era, even if one traced back to that person's era, they still couldn't excavate the coffin's roots and origins. They didn't know its true origin. He only knew that the innermost layer of the coffin contained energy that could reach the supreme level of the heavens. Now, someone casually touched it, unexpectedly making this coffin release a light cry. Its entire body was sparkling and brilliant, almost transparent. All types of symbols erupted. How strange. How could they not be shocked? Even the dog emperor and the rotten corpse, who knew the inside story, felt their hairs stand on end. Who was this person? How could he do this? The dog emperor stood up straight and used its paw to nudge the corpse. It whispered, "Could it really be my father? An old monster from several years ago. I'll beat you to death." The decaying corpse wanted to strangle it. Was there such a mean old friend? Why did it have to look for a father for no reason? What a despicable emperor. The dog emperor shook his head and said, "Forget it. Go and have a good talk with him about what's going on. I don't think he's trying to take advantage of you on purpose." Wasn't this taking advantage? The decaying corpse felt like it could spit fire like an evil dragon if it opened its mouth, but it still restrained itself. It nagged because it had a good temper. It comforted itself that it wouldn't lower itself to their level. In fact, there was only one main reason. It couldn't defeat the man in the fog, or else it would have done so already. However, the decaying corpse did have some doubts. It stopped and prepared to have a good talk with Chu Feng. What was the reason that made this person come here to claim kinship? All right, let's be clear. Who are you? What era do you belong to? What era are you from? What monster? No, hero. The decaying corpse wanted to say monster, but spoke again in the end. Chu Feng's heart trembled. Although he was still young and not old, he couldn't say it. What if he gave himself away? It should be known that everyone here was a creditor. The 9 Daoi had been entangled with him for a long time, so they were definitely plotting something. That dog was not a good person either. During the 3-way battlefield, it had threatened to curse him, asking him to find a great medicine. As for the martial madman, there was no need to talk about it. He was entangled with him, and now he had even successfully extorted a 7-death method scripture. If they found out that he was very young and guessed who he really was, he wouldn't be able to show his face for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would definitely be hunted down and beaten to death. Martial emperors, in particular, would swallow him alive. It would be fine if the stone jar in his hand could always be used, but this thing never listened to his orders. It was very passive and sometimes not. I've been on the path for so long that I've forgotten which era I was born in. Chu Feng sighed. At this moment, he was very deep and covered by the fog. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, as if he was an old monster that had lived for millions and millions of years and had just awakened from hibernation. He was incomparably lonely. This made everyone's hearts jump. Was he really a creature of the living fossil level? Just how many era's calamities had he avoided to live until now? At this moment, the decayed corpse was a little stupefied. His corporeal body's origins were incomparably ancient, and the soul light in his body had changed several times. Could this person before him really be the old father of his corporeal body from the earliest era? He felt that it was very absurd, but he couldn't control himself. He had this kind of conjecture that made even him feel scared. He had a father. He was incomparably powerful and had lived until now. That was really strange. No, perhaps he had met his biological father. But what was I thinking? He wanted to slap himself. He could even let his imagination run wild. How could there be such an ineffable old father? The decayed corpse's face sank. My origins are boundlessly great, and I have a close relationship with the 3 celestial emperors. So much so that my corporeal body can be traced back to several years ago. I might even be brothers with that person. If you don't believe me, you can ask Old Skin. He most likely knows and understands the situation. Even though the memory of that person in my heart has become blurry and faded, I really do have a relationship with him. Who in this world dares to deceive me? Geodawi revealed a reserved smile and nodded. This was indeed the truth. The decayed corpse's origins were ancient and frighteningly great. The decayed corpse said, Old Skin survived from the most ancient era and followed that person. Every time he saw me, he would stare at me endlessly. That gaze, it was like admiring a beautiful piece of jade. No, it was like admiring a peerless hero. Every time he looked at me, I would feel my hair stand on end. Geodawi smiled, but in his heart he sighed. Why would he stare at him endlessly? Because the decayed corpse was personally buried by that person, and they were indeed brothers. Every time they met, Geodawi would feel complicated. He would think of the various heroes and overlords of that era. In the past, immortal kings would gather, and there would be many heroes, but they would all disappear. At this time, Geodawi still had a reserved smile on his face, but his eyes were green as he looked at the decayed corpse. The decayed corpse said, I seriously suspect that there is something wrong with this old man, Old Skin. Every time he looks at me, I get goosebumps. Could he be the descendant of this body of mine? Is he my descendant from back then? Geodawi was originally listening with a smile, but at this moment, he directly cleared his throat and said, Old bastard, I'll beat you to death. Someone recognized you as his son, and you dare to recognize me as your grandson? I'll smash you to pieces. Geodawi used his spear as a rod and was about to beat him up. Stop. Chufeng waved his hand and said directly, I didn't say physical body, I said soul light. Your fluctuations are the same as my son's, and the attributes are completely the same. He didn't want to delve into the physical body. If this continued, Geodawi would all become his descendants, and it would be too chaotic. He couldn't bear the karmic resentment of this old scourge. Wait, what did you say? Let me think. The decayed corpse was frozen there, but he immediately understood what had happened. In a split second, he was enlightened. Is this the work of that bastard main soul? His face alternated between green and white. He realized that it was the main soul's doing. Then he stomped his feet and said, Main soul, you bastard. You were so tyrannical and took away most of the soul power, but in the end, you fell down. Serves you right. He originally wanted to laugh and gloat, but after pondering a little, his face fell. He couldn't laugh at this matter because he and the main soul were the same person. Main soul, you're too shameless. You fell down on your own and caused me, your grandfather, to be distressed and have bad luck with you. Who the F***ck can I reason with? Just because of the main soul, I have an old father. The more the decayed corpse spoke, the more agitated he became. Then he went crazy. No matter what, you shouldn't have found a father. You F***king tricked me. If you want to recognize someone, do it yourself. I don't agree anyway. It has nothing to do with me. His emotions were fluctuating violently, and he couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. Maybe it's not your main soul. My eldest son is very young. His soul isn't old, and he isn't calm either. But the part about tricking people is true. Yes, I often beat his butt, added Chufeng faintly from the side. In a split second, the decayed corpse shut up, getting beaten on the butt. At this moment, the black dog's eyes were green. Li Su's eyes were green. Nine Dowi's eyes were green. Even the bald man's eyes were green. Then, the decayed corpse was about to explode on the spot. Everyone here was familiar with him. What did he just hear? For a moment, his old face was as red as blood. The decayed corpse stomped his feet. He was about to go crazy. How could he endure this? At this moment, even the martial madman, the master of the Black Blood Research Institute, and the rest of the old bastards were looking at him with green eyes. What was going on? The decayed corpse didn't want to live anymore. He could not afford to lose face. Say no more. Where's the main soul? I'll beat him to death. The decayed corpse was extremely agitated. Most likely your main soul has split again, and a wisp of soul light has been stripped off. I don't know what bad things it's going to do. No, maybe it's going to do something big. Nine Dowie said slowly. Where is he? I really want to beat him to death with a pickaxe. The decayed corpse spewed white smoke from his nostrils, and his eyes burned with ghostly fire. An accident. He's reincarnated again, and he should be in the world of the living. Chu Feng sighed. The decayed corpse was choking with anger. What? He died once. That's too miserable. What did the main soul do? He's too unreliable, even more unreliable than that dog. The dog emperor was gloating and listening with great interest. In the end, he was even scolded like this. His dog face fell, and he said, At least he's more reliable than having an old father. I'll stab you to death. How dare you stab me in the heart? The decayed corpse was furious. Chu Feng sighed. I didn't protect him well back then. Sigh, he should be in his teens now. My poor child, where are you? Are you well? Don't wander around in the wilderness. You make me worry. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The more the decayed corpse thought about it, the more upset he became. Wasn't his split soul too unlucky? He shouldn't be sleeping in the wilderness without food to eat and begging in the countryside. That was too pitiful and sad. The decayed corpse couldn't sit still anymore. His emotions stirred up again, and he lashed out at Chu Feng. Look at you. You're already so strong, and your cultivation is so high. You're already so old, yet you're still in love. You're already an old monster for several eras, and you still have a child. Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel ashamed? Moreover, you can't even protect him. What's the use of having you? Chu Feng's face darkened. Who cares about me? Besides, how old am I for you to worry about? You really want to say, I'm in my prime, and I'm only in my teens, okay? He was a bit shameless. However, he didn't say these words in the end. It wasn't the right time. Right now, he was pretending to be old, a living fossil. All right, you're not the son I'm looking for. Let's go. Chu Feng didn't want to talk to him anymore. The decayed corpse was furious again. At the same time, he didn't want to talk to him anymore. The main thing was that he was in a sorry state, and he didn't know how to deal with him. He wanted nothing more than to run away and never see him again. The emperor's corpse and the broken bell were moved into the bronze coffin by the dog emperor, and they were about to set sail. However, someone became anxious and stepped into the bronze coffin with a whoosh. He grabbed the dog emperor and didn't let him go. So it's you, you lunatic. What's the matter? The black dog asked. The martial madman kept his mouth shut. He couldn't beat him, and the black dog was carrying the emperor's bell. Otherwise, he would have taught him how to be a good person and a good dog. At the same time, he would have asked him who was the lunatic here. The dog emperor grinned and said, I find you very pleasing to the eye. Not long ago, you were very brave in battle, and your self-created technique is also not bad. You're called the martial emperor. You're really arrogant because I'm also called the emperor. Our titles are about the same. I heard you're crazy. Since you call yourself the emperor and want to inherit my imperial orthodoxy, maybe we're really fated. Maybe you have a few strands of my true blood flowing in your body, or maybe you have my noble bloodline. Get lost. The martial emperor almost lost control of himself and was about to flip out. He knew very well that the dog was trying to change the topic. Return my teacher's Dao bone. He was straightforward, not wanting to listen to it, barking. It's better to let him stay by my side. A man relies on a dog's power, and when he recovers one day, I can teach him to reach a higher level. At the end of his sentence, the dog emperor's interest waned. He waved his hand and said, Forget it. I'll return it to you. After all, they had worked together to defeat the enemy not long ago, so he was embarrassed to keep the useless Dao bone. However, the dog's face changed quickly. Just now, it was looking at the martial madman in a different light, but in the blink of an eye, after returning his Dao bone, it turned around and warned Li Su. This lunatic is not a good person. There's a strange smell on him, and he's most likely cultivating some terrifying evil technique. Be careful not to become your enemy. Quickly bring out your real body from the coffin between the Great Yin realm and the Great Yang realm. Otherwise, don't fail miserably and get killed by this lunatic. This person, I don't feel right. This was the Dog Emperor's reminder. Li Su was calm and said, "None of my defeated opponents have ever been able to catch up to my footsteps. Leave the nourishing coffin there for now. It's nourishing the indestructible body with the qi of yin and yang, as well as the Tao chains of different civilizations." After hearing this, the Dog Emperor was too lazy to ask further. The martial madman, on the other hand, looked askance at them. "Do you think I'm invisible? You've really gone too far. In the future, I'll definitely reconsider you." Then, the Dog Emperor secretly transmitted his voice to the martial madman, saying, "Go back quickly. Your lair has been looted, but I swear it wasn't me. I only took this skeleton with me. I was too late." The martial emperor was in a daze. Then he turned around and left. The fire burned fiercely, and he disappeared with the Dao bone. Not long after, his angry roar came from the extreme north. "Li Su, how dare you ransack my dojo and steal my books?" I swear, Li Su was stunned, and he wanted to say, "This really wasn't me. Although I like doing that, this time, you've wronged me. Who did I take the blame for?" Then, he looked at the black dog. The Dog Emperor swore that it wasn't him, and he had already made it clear to the martial madman. "Someone dares to make me a scapegoat? Who did it? Don't they know my title in prehistoric times?" Li Su was furious. He couldn't explain himself, and he didn't need to think to know that the martial madman had set his sights on him, and there was no use in explaining. Chu Feng was calm. He put his hands behind his back and was about to leave. At this time, he was detached from the world and hypnotized himself. What does this have to do with me? However, before he left, he suddenly felt a chill. Someone was blowing cold air at him from behind, and his neck felt cold. Something was still on his back, and it didn't go down. Only then did he come to his senses, and he felt a headache coming on. It turned out that he still had something on him. They were about to leave, but he still hadn't solved this terrifying problem. He really wanted to ask this group of old monsters what it was. But was it appropriate for a master like him to ask others for advice? Would he give himself away? No matter, this was a matter of life and death, and it made his hair stand on end. He had to ask, "Do you see something on my back?" The Dog Emperor, the carrion corpse, 9 Dowie, and the others were baffled. Chu Feng gave up and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay. "Let's meet again if fate wills it." He ran away, not wanting to stay a moment longer. With a boom, the sparkling bronze coffin took the Dog Emperor, the carrion corpse, and the bald man into the starry sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 9 Dowie and Li Su also left. Tai Yi, the master of the Black Blood Research Institute, and the others didn't linger either. After leaving the entrance of the destroyed Soul River, Chu Feng felt the golden patterns under his feet fade. But behind him, the creatures seemed to have become clearer. This made his hair stand on end. Wasn't it too real? Was it going to completely manifest? What was it? Was it the soul of the Emperor corpse? Or had the second seed given birth to something? Or was it that the soul soil had covered his entire body in soul light, and was using this to illuminate and nurture some creature? In an instant, many guesses appeared in Chu Feng's mind. He felt that all of them were possible and reliable, and this made his body go cold. Not long ago, his divine might was matchless. He had killed the 9-colored soul master's fleshly body, resisted the peerless creature, and confronted the powerful creature at the end of the Soul River. Now, the after effects had appeared. The one who had helped him and given him power had appeared. Chu Feng didn't even need to turn his head to feel hot air behind him. There was breathing, and it was getting more and more real. He could even feel a hot current rushing to his skin, making his hair stand on end. Who was it? What was it? Or what was it? Soon, Chu Feng thought of another possibility. He had actually come into contact with the three celestial emperors. Today, he had seen the emperor corpse, and through the fog, he had seen the vague figure of the man in the bronze coffin. He had actually come into contact with the other empress of the three sky emperors before. In the supreme forbidden area, in that indescribable space, he had seen the remains of the empress. Today, the emperor corpse had moved. In that state, it had still wanted to attack. In fact, it had really struck and destroyed the body of the peerless creature in the Soul River. As for the man in the bronze coffin, there was no need to talk about him. He had attacked and killed the enemy, destroyed more than one peerless creature, and even destroyed the sacrificial ground. Two of the three celestial emperors, whether they were alive or dead, had directly intervened and attacked. And the last one, was the legendary invincible empress also involved? Chu Feng had come into contact with the person behind him. Could it be the empress? After all, he had come into contact with her remains. Had she left something on his body at that time? It was possible. Chu Feng thought so. The legendary empress might have left behind a figure or part of her soul light in the blood-colored halo behind him. Was it going to appear now? Chu Feng was bewildered and uncertain. He couldn't be sure. In particular, at the next moment, he thought of another possibility. Where did he come from? Earth. The civilization of Earth in the lesser underworld was no longer the original Earth civilization of prehistoric times. According to the speculation of the Nine Daos, there was an inexplicable existence taking action, led by humans. Not only humans, but even the entire Earth was reincarnating, reproducing the civilization of the past again and again, just to try to recreate a creature similar to the Celestial Emperor in that similar environment. Even the entire lesser underworld had been interfered with. As the ultimate culprit appeared, Chu Feng's heart was beating wildly. If this was the case, then the trouble would be even greater. Because when the Nine Daos deduced and speculated, he didn't know who was leading all this, who was playing out the reincarnation of Earth civilization again and again, constantly reproducing a similar civilization environment of the past. Brother, who are you? Can we have a chat? Are you the Empress? Have you been watching me silently on Earth, calmly watching all the joys and sorrows, examining the reincarnation of one similar civilization after another? Who are you? Chu Feng didn't leave. After finding a relatively quiet place, he plunged into the mountains and communicated with the creature behind him. He wanted to turn back, but he failed several times. He couldn't turn his neck at all. At this moment, his divine sense, his consciousness, and his spiritual sense were all blinded, and he couldn't sense what the creature behind him looked like. I think we're fated to be together like this. No matter what the cause and effect is, we can talk about it in detail. Chu Feng spoke again. The problem with his body had to be solved. He didn't want to carry the Empress or an inexplicable existence on his back. You're so silent, but you've always been with me. What do you want? Do you want to become me and help me break through quickly, become the Celestial Emperor, and become invincible in the heavens? Chu Feng kept talking, trying to get the creature behind him to speak. A faint sigh finally sounded. The creature was no longer silent. Third Master. Chapter 1495. Chu Feng's scalp was about to explode. That creature finally had a voice. The voice was extremely soft, but in his ears, it was like the rumbling of primal chaos, immortal thunder. His body swayed back and forth. He shook his head forcefully, becoming clear-headed. Regardless, could he finally communicate with it? Who are you? Chu Feng urgently wanted to know. Carrying this creature on his back made him feel as if there was a thorn in his back, as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. Even his soul felt uncomfortable. Then, he was about to explode. He jumped up from where he was, truly wishing to fight a bloody battle. Even the feeling right now would be better. It was because a large hairy hand was currently rubbing the back of his neck, and then moved towards the back of his head, making all of the fine hairs on his body stand on end. This was too frightening. Why did it directly take action? However, what could he do? He couldn't turn his head. His divine senses couldn't sense anything, unable to target that creature. His arms continuously moved about, drooping down. Chu Feng swung his tail like a scorpion, kicking backwards. In the end, the instant his feet left the ground, he was forcibly suppressed, as if he was carrying a divine mountain of millions upon millions. "Stay your hand," he shouted loudly. Since this creature wasn't willing to talk, then there was no need to. This truly was unbearable, making his blood run cold. However, that large hand didn't stop. It was extremely large, a true cattail leaf-sized claw. It touched the crown of his head, its long fingernails like curved hooks, lightly moving past the top of his head. It was to the extent where Chu Feng could feel that as long as he exerted a bit of force, it could pierce through his skull, penetrating his skull. The coldness was bone-piercing, the coldness terrifying. "Don't. If you have something to say, then say it." Chu Feng really was scared. This type of experience really was torturous. He could also be considered someone who had experienced great storms and great waves, yet right now, he didn't have any confidence, feeling a powerful uneasiness. Behind him, heavy breathing blew over, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. The air flowed over Chu Feng's neck, rushing past his scalp, making it more and more difficult for him to endure. In addition, the hairy hands were like steel needles, very prickly. When they slid across his neck and touched his scalp, he suspected that they were bleeding. Although he couldn't see it, Chu Feng could imagine a sinister scene. An indescribable monster, a terrifying creature covered in long hair, was lying on his back, spitting out its scarlet tongue. Its bloody mouth was about to drip mucus, and its eyes were staring at him coldly. He released a low roar, truly wishing to escape from his place. However, the situation became worse and worse. His entire body couldn't move, restricted in place. Not the invincible white-robed empress. Chu Feng was very clear that this was not the peerless beauty of the empress. Her temperament and image were completely inconsistent, and her style was also different. He'd heard the dog emperor mention it before. That empress had always been domineering and looked down on the past and present. Her might reigned supreme over the world, and if she really wanted to do something, then who could stop her? Won't hide anything. This wasn't her. That peerlessly beautiful woman didn't need to do this. Moreover, the difference in style and aura was like heaven and earth. While Chu Feng was horrified, he was also a bit disappointed. He really wanted to meet that person and see with his own eyes just how peerless and graceful this extraordinary woman was. Who was this creature before him? No matter how he looked at it, it was a bit strange and sinister. "You should know that I once pierced through the soul river." Chu Feng was clearly putting on a strong front, but he was actually weak at heart. He was really afraid of carrying such a big person on his back, touching his neck, blowing cold air at him, and perhaps even piercing his skull with his nails. No one could bear it. However, he regretted it after saying this. Strictly speaking, wasn't it the one who had pierced through the soul river? "Jar, revive." Chu Feng clairvoyantly observed the stone jar in his body, wanting to revive it. At this time, the golden patterns under his feet had long since disappeared, and he couldn't borrow any power. There was no reaction, but there were still some strands of golden patterns in his body. That was the jar's final afterglow, and it was about to completely retract. At this time, he truly felt that he couldn't rely on anything in this world. Even a jar was the same. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. If he was fine and could survive, he vowed to strengthen himself. The road to rise needed to be down to earth. He needed to walk step by step and fulfill it himself. Was it soul soil? Chu Feng guessed that the substance was too special. He still didn't understand it until now. That soul quality was related to souls. Was there some kind of residual effect now? Now, the soul soil was everywhere in his soul light, flesh and blood. They had all fused together, and now there was finally an abnormal reaction. Wasn't it the ghost of an emperor's corpse? It was also possible that the soul of the celestial emperor who had died in battle was lost and mutated. Was it now attached to his body? Was it the dark hand that pushed Earth civilization to evolve and continuously reincarnated? It didn't seem like it. That person shouldn't be in such a miserable state with hair growing all over her body. Buzz. With a slight tremble, the stone jar in Chu Feng's body became dim and lightless. All the golden patterns were retracted and there was no sound. You're abandoning me? Chu Feng sighed softly. At this time, the creature on his back became even heavier. It made Chu Feng feel like it was a great mountain or a river of stars. He was carrying it on his back, and his spine was about to break. His body made a cracking sound. His joints were shifting, and he was about to be dislocated. At the same time, that pair of hairy big hands with sharp nails locked onto his neck. Under this moonlit night, in this desolate wilderness, it was especially cold and eerie. It almost made Chu Feng suffocate. Was he going to break his neck and take off his head? However, the outcome was always so unexpected. Amidst a burst of glaring light, his back became light. That creature had disappeared and vanished. Chu Feng discovered that there was a layer of cold sweat on his body. He raised his head to look at the bright moon in a mountainous region. He felt a chill all over his body. Was everything over? When he looked back, there was nothing. It was completely empty. Some thistles and shrubs swayed in the wind. Under the night moon, the shadows of the trees danced about. There were no monsters. After the stone jar became quiet, that thing also disappeared. Is it really unrelated to the second seed? He said softly, but he quickly came back to his senses. Chu Feng disappeared from his place. He didn't want to stay any longer. He had been too passive today, especially just now. His life and death were in the hands of another person. This kind of feeling wasn't good. He had a strong desire. I want to become stronger. Chu Feng left. He crossed several dozen provinces in succession and completely left that strange mountain region. However, the great grace sacrifice was about to begin. Would he still have a chance to rise up? Chu Feng shook his head and felt a wave of discouragement. Not long after, he arrived at a bustling large province. This province was quite peaceful as a whole. It had both a god and a technological civilization. In the distance, Chu Feng saw the flickering neon lights and the row upon row of skyscrapers. The beautiful lights were dazzling. The whole city was brightly lit, and the sense of a modern technological civilization hit him in the face. In the sky, flying saucers streaked across from time to time like brilliant meteors, leaving beautiful trajectories in the night sky. Chu Feng was a little lost in thought. Looking at those skyscrapers, he seemed to have returned to Earth more than 10 years ago, back to the metropolis before the mutation. That was the life he was once familiar with. That was where he originally belonged. What was he going through now? Fighting with gods and demons at every turn, fighting with inexplicable monsters, wandering in a foreign land in the world of the living, and leaving Earth for too long. Is everything I'm going through real? Chu Feng was stunned. Everything was too unreal. He stared ahead at a city with a modern aura. He really felt like it was a big dream, and now he had woken up from it. Am I returning from nothingness, recovering from a nightmare, and walking back to the real world? He asked himself. He shook his head hard. What had he done not long ago? Did I hit the soul river? Stroking a quasi-supreme being like stroking a dog's head, almost smashing the quasi-supreme being to death, and even smashing its head to smithereens? I even went up against an unmatched creature, about to fight it to the death, confronting it for an extremely long time. After that, he carried an inexplicable being on his back and stood on the dividing line between life and death, remaining silent for a long time. It was like a dream. When everything was over and the whole world was quiet, Chu Feng was a little flustered. What had he done? He found it hard to believe. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone taller to hold it up. Was he the one courting death today? The great sacrifice was about to begin, and the heavens would be overturned. This world was too dangerous, and it was really not a place for people to stay. The myriad realms might explode like a balloon with a bang one day. Chu Feng was absent-minded. Thinking back on these things, he felt a little powerless. Then he shook his head hard. He wasn't the celestial emperor. nor was he the savior of the world. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't change anything, and he couldn't help much. At this moment, Chu Feng didn't know what he was feeling. Was it helplessness, or had he completely let go of everything? He suddenly felt a sense of relief. Who cared if the sky was going to collapse and the earth was going to cave in? It was better to enjoy the last days of his life. The heavens were unstable and could fall at any time. He didn't know when everyone would die without knowing why. Life is short, and I'm not a big shot. I'm just a good young man in a modern city. I should have gotten married and had children on Earth and lived out my life. How did I get involved in these things and walk on this path for no reason? Chu Feng calmed down. Looking back on the course of these years, he himself was a little lost, puzzled, and shocked. He was far away from the proper trajectory of life and completely separated from his original normal life. Especially now, this big city seemed like it was yesterday. It seemed like he had returned to the past, and he was going to live a normal life. He was flustered, and he became more and more suspicious. Was he really in a nightmare? He was going to wake up. He quickly entered the city and looked at all kinds of modern transportation. He felt that there was nothing more calming than this scene. Am I back? Am I awake? There were high-rise buildings and bright lights. Even at night, there were many people going out. On the rooftop of a building in the distance, a small airship landed and stopped there. In a square further away, a big screen was playing a large trailer. All kinds of science civilization and the surging mortal world. Although it was a little noisy and far from the tranquility of the wilderness, Chu Feng felt that all of this was so real and so amiable. He would rather stay here for a long time than face the strange and ominous, and he didn't want to fight with the creatures of gods and devils. It's hard to imagine what I'm going to experience. I'm in a modern civilized city, but I'm also experiencing the era of gods and devils. And not long ago, I met the biggest gods and devils, a few strange monsters, and a few supreme creatures. Even now, it's like a dream, as if I'm still participating in it. Chu Feng shook his head, feeling that it was too unreal. At this time, the figures of the Dog Emperor, the Carrion Corpse, and the others appeared in front of him. He didn't want to have any contact with those people anymore. Each and every one of them was dangerous. Of course, if he encountered the creatures of the Soul River or the creatures of the underworld, he would definitely not be lenient. If he could beat them, he would kill them all. But he didn't want to take the initiative to get involved. His small arms and legs really couldn't hold up the sky. That was something that only the big shots could do. He was still young. He was still green. He should be just a normal young man in a modern city. But now, what was all this about? He didn't know why, but he was very homesick and eager to return to Earth. At this moment, Chu Feng didn't want to face the world of gods and devils. Is this the period of evolution weariness in the records? Chu Feng pondered. According to some ancient records, in the process of evolution, there would always be a period of weariness, especially for some creatures that evolved rapidly. Their bodies and souls were constantly breaking through, so it was easier for them to be weariness. This was because the evolution of normal creatures and races couldn't be completed in one generation. It would easily take millions of years. Now, Chu Feng suspected that his period of weariness had appeared. It wasn't that he couldn't evolve, but he needed to accumulate and self-adjust, or he needed major external stimulation to make his body and spirit excited again and cross this hurdle. Forget it, I should rest. That's why I'm homesick and have no desire to fight. I want to return to my hometown. Of course, he was still reluctant to leave the world of the living. After all, he hadn't found many of his old friends. I'll live a low-key life for now and not show my face anymore. I'll find those people, Chu Feng said and then sighed. I'm afraid that I'm too strong and won't be allowed to keep a low profile. I'll always be the center of attention. His skin hadn't entered the weariness stage and was still thick and solid. What other incidents would happen in the future? He thought about it and had to make early preparations. There was no need to talk about the great ritual. If it really happened now, he wouldn't be able to fight for it and wouldn't be able to change anything. As for other places, such as the source of the mysteries, high heavens, and other places, What if someone came to cause trouble? He shook his head and took one step at a time. At this moment, he didn't want to have any interaction with the outside world. He just wanted to be quiet for a while. He thought of that dog who cursed him the first time they met and asked him to find the medicine. That dog wouldn't summon him at the critical moment, would it? There's still this kind of interaction. That dog, get lost. I'm definitely not going. I won't contact you anymore. With the stone jar, I'm not afraid of any curse acting up. Besides, what kind of curse could there be? That dog was probably bluffing people. All right, that dog even asked him to find someone? With his small arms and legs and a green onion kid, he was asked to find the invincible empress? He reckoned that he would die on the way before he could find her. Get lost, dog. I'm not going. What curse? Like I'll believe you. You old dog, you're so evil. Unknowingly, Chu Feng entered a place rich in the mortal world. It was like a bar on earth, and he began to order alcohol. In the distance, there was a hubbub of voices and flickering lights. He sat in a dark corner and drank cup after cup of wine. There was a fragrant amber-colored liquid, a spicy golden liquid, and a purple-red sweet syrup liquid. To him, these liquids were nothing. They couldn't be intoxicated at all. However, it wasn't the alcohol that intoxicated him. Great ups and downs, great sorrow and great joy, all kinds of emotions gathered together. He was a little drunk, a little disappointed, and even more at a loss. Where should he go in the future? How should he go forward? Soon, he thought of his various problems. Not long ago, he was carrying a strange creature on his back. That big hairy hand still made him shudder. Thinking about it carefully, he really had a lot of problems. Did I miss something? Chu Feng suddenly revealed a look of doubt. He thought of the time clock. Li Su had been contaminated by the time clock back then. Would he be the same? Although he had seen the monsters of the four extremes floating Earth, and had almost seen them beaten to death. However, the time clock wasn't the same as the supreme monsters there. The time clock was used to burn the monsters there. It had to wipe them out completely. Now, the time clock wasn't in the four extremes floating Earth. This meant that there was a big problem there. Had those monsters obtained freedom? The time clock was evil because it could burn supreme beings. So, it must have been contaminated by something extraordinary. This was the result of years of accumulation. Chu Feng sighed. If this was the case, there were more and more problems. Of course, the stone jar was the biggest problem. It had actually led him to the soul river to collect soul matter. This was somewhat terrifying. Just who was the master? Was it him, Chu Zhongdi, or the celestial emperor? What was he, Chu Zhongdi, worth? And what was the condition of the seed? Would it germinate? Chu Feng's mind was in a mess. He had an impulse to throw away the jar and the seed. Many things that had happened today were definitely related to the jar. At this time, he used his clairvoyance to look inside the jar. As expected, the second seed had undergone an astonishing transformation. Previously, it had been jet black and lusterless. The most terrifying thing was that it was extremely shriveled, as though it had been crushed. It was already deformed and lacking vitality. But now it was shiny black and full of vitality. Was this the rhythm of germination? Chu Feng drew in a breath of cold air. This seed needed soul matter, and in the soul river, it had absorbed a sea of pure soul matter, yet had only just recovered. If it wanted to germinate and bear fruit, didn't it need a sea of soul matter? Chu Feng was horrified. This second seed was too terrifying. If it bloomed and bore fruit like this every time, who could supply it? Unless he went to the soul river again. However, he had long since made his decision. He wouldn't go even if he was beaten to death. It was just that he was a bit worried. This jar wouldn't kidnap him one day, right? Celestial Emperor, I might as well just throw you away. In a trance, Chu Feng felt the jar in his body tremble slightly. It happened in an instant. Was this a misconception? Chu Feng sighed. He didn't want to go to the Soul River anymore. He was indeed a bit curious about the second seed. He was a bit envious. The first seed could be called a miracle. It gave him endless possibilities on the path of evolution. If the second seed truly bloomed and bore fruit, what would happen? Would he directly rise up, rush into the heavens, and reach an inconceivable realm of evolution? but he really couldn't go to the Soul River. Apart from that, unless he was like the person behind the strange origins and held a great sacrifice, only then would he be able to supply the needs of the second seed. And this was even more unrealistic. Even if he had the strength, he wouldn't do that. When he thought of this problem, he was a bit hesitant. What was the ultimate goal of the so-called chief sacrifice? What was the meaning of the great sacrifice? Who was it sacrificing? This matter couldn't be delved too deeply into, and he couldn't think about it in detail. Otherwise, it would be so terrifying that his hands and feet would go cold, and he wouldn't be able to see any light in the darkness. Chu Feng sighed. There were many things that couldn't be taken seriously. Once he thought about it, it would make him feel lost and incomparable despair. Now, these great characters and monsters that he had come into contact with were too outrageous. Their strength was so high that they could easily destroy a world. And he was just a young and vigorous youth. How could he have such lofty thoughts, such great ambitions and aspirations? Before, he might have wanted to become stronger, and one day, he would be able to see the truth of this world. But now his interest waned. The more he came into contact with, the more he knew, the more he wanted to leave the heavens and find a place to live in seclusion. So what if they were as strong as the 3 Sky Emperors? Until now, not only was his own life and death a mystery, even those around him, including his wife and children, had a tragic end, dying in blood. This was a life path that Chu Feng didn't want to set foot in. Even if he was invincible since ancient times and walked beyond the river of time, so what? Even if he was the one that Zhu Dao spoke of, if one day he returned and found that his relatives and friends were gone and everyone related to him had passed away, would he be happy? Would he be able to smile? Becoming stronger was fine, but Chu Feng didn't want to be a lonely person. He hoped to have a group of relatives who could spend time with him, who could shine with him, who could always walk with him. Forget it. This world is too dangerous. I'll withdraw. Chu Feng was drunk, and his eyes were unfocused, but he still drank cup after cup. The game of those creatures that could easily destroy worlds was too bloody, and the world was too cruel. Chu Feng didn't want to get involved. In short, he just wanted to live well, protect the people around him, and protect his relatives and friends. I'm just a young man in modern society. Although I once had ideals, passion, and ambition, compared to the temperament of those creatures who could break through the heavens with a raise of a hand. I'm too kind. Compared to those ambitious monsters, compared to the celestial emperors, my path is different, and I'm not even close. He just wanted to live. What game, what truth he didn't want to participate in now, and he wanted to keep a respectful distance. But he was born in this world, so how could he avoid it? Some things couldn't be escaped just because you wanted to. Was there any use in hiding in the lesser underworld? It was completely useless. He heard with his own ears that those great monsters wanted to start the Great Era, and they wanted to use the great worlds as sacrifices. At that time, even the heavens would be sacrificed. This time, it's the so-called Great Sacrifice. It's too unbearable. They're all bastards. Chu Feng was drunk and couldn't help but curse. God, the mysterious leader, please let me go back to the past. Let me go back to the time before the earth changed. Don't change the course of my life. I'll continue to start a business. I'll continue to chase the girl I like. I don't want to fight every day, kill people, and fight bloody battles. However, it seemed that his ex-girlfriend had also come to this world, and she was also fighting in some unknown place. Chu Feng murmured, his eyes blurred, and he was almost lying on the table. The current him was a little drunk, and more importantly, he was drunk. In his haze, he suddenly remembered that there was also a night like this when he drank too much, and he actually saw a handsome young man who claimed to be the champion of 10 generations, saying that he was out for some fresh air. Now that he thought about it, it really made his hair stand on end. This was very similar to the person Zhu Dao spoke of, who had once been the champion of 10 generations, the champion of the world. Didn't they say that he was dead? In fact, he was still in this world, just locked up. This kind of ancient and frighteningly powerful creature was locked up by someone. Where was he? The end of the darkness. This world of endless fog, the world of blood, and the heavens that are about to fall. Chu Feng sighed, stood up shakily, and walked out. Tonight, he was as drunk as last time. Would he meet a creature like the champion of 10 generations coming out for some fresh air? The night wind blew, and even the bustling modern city was very quiet after midnight. Under the moonlight, the city was a little cold, and it was clearly a densely populated area. However, Chu Feng felt a little lonely, homesick, and wanted to go back to his hometown. However, he shuddered at the thought of it. Thinking of those big shots, how could he forget about the big hand behind the scenes? He thought his own origin, Earth. Why did he inexplicably walk the path of evolution? It was mainly caused by the sudden recovery of the Earth. According to the 9 Daoi, someone was making the Earth reincarnate, and there was a big hand fiddling with all of this. Chu Feng felt that it was too King terrifying. If he went back and appeared on Earth, would he instantly attract the attention of the hand? Along the path of reincarnation and out of the lesser underworld, would he be temporarily out of the sight of the hand? Chu Feng kept feeling a chill on his back. What on earth was it? Who was it that was manipulating all of this? That creature was high above, looking down at him, watching his path. Get lost. At this moment, he looked up at the sky and sent out these 2 words. He was wondering if the jar that he accidentally dug up in Mount Kunlun was deliberately left for him by that person. That ultimate hand, that leader, who on earth was it? At this time, Chu Feng left the city, and the lights behind him were brightly lit. In front of him, there was a desolate stretch of undulating mountains and ancient tombs. Was this a sign of the road ahead? Behind him was resplendent, and in front of him was dense fog. He couldn't see clearly, and there was only desolation and broken roads. Just then, Chu Feng suddenly made a bold move. Whoosh! He suddenly threw the jar into the distance and pointed to the sky and cursed. Who's directing this show? Show yourself. Chu Feng was drunk, and his emotions were out of control. He roared angrily and raised his head to the sky. Then his pupils shrank. What did he see in that instant? An incomparably terrifying scene was approaching him at top speed. Chapter 1496. What did he just see? Killing intent surged and covered the sky. Chu Feng felt like his scalp was about to explode. Was it because he had thrown away the stone jar that he had attracted this kind of calamity? At this moment, there were simply countless immortal swords piercing down from the firmament. They were too brilliant and incomparably sharp as they tore through the sky. Especially those swords, who knew how many tens of thousands of meters long, could be considered heaven-piercing swords. They formed the momentum of 10,000 swords piercing through the heart, and all of them were concentrated on one point as they pierced towards him. If such a thick sword body were truly touch him, it would no longer be a stab but a slapping from a mountain of swords. He would immediately be smashed into meat paste. Eye-piercing beams of light erupted as tens of thousands of peerlessly sharp, divine swords hacked down frantically. It was terrifying and simply impossible to resist. Chu Feng's pupils constricted. He had never encountered such a terrifying and indescribable killing sword. Could he block it? He rapidly shifted horizontally and disappeared from his original position, appearing hundreds of kilometers away. However, the brilliant sword radiance was like the heavenly sun and a revolving river of stars. It was boundlessly resplendent and majestic like the sea. There was simply no way to evade as it enveloped the heaven and earth. It formed a crushing momentum as it followed him and descended. Was this a sure-kill situation? Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He simply couldn't evade. He was already so fast, but he still wasn't as fast as the sword radiance. Swoosh! Patterns appeared beneath his feet as a domain took shape. The patterns were like a net, sparkling and translucent. He was about to cross dozens of provinces and leave this dangerous land of death. However, a terrifying thing happened. The domain runes exploded, and all of them collapsed in an instant. At the same time, an ineffable beam of light appeared and locked onto his feet. It was like shackles and shackles on his body, preventing him from escaping. Moreover, his body began to tremble violently as his physical body suffered a terrifying attack. The shackles on his feet were electrified and burning his body. Just what was the origin of this stone jar? Chu Feng was both shocked and furious. He had only thrown it away, yet it had provoked such a great commotion. Was this revenge on him? This was torturing him to death. Tens of thousands of large swords descended from the sky, all of them converging on him. He couldn't help but let out a furious roar. His entire body lit up as he prepared to fight with his life on the line. Who was controlling all of this? Could it be that there really was an ultimate mastermind silently looking down on him? And now, because he was disobedient and threw away the stone jar, going against the will of that person, he was being targeted and was going to be cruelly and mercilessly killed. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, and the bystanders were utterly unable to react. And the person involved, Chu Feng, began to experience the death tribulation. Hundreds of millions of beams of light, boundless sword light, all slashed down. Chu Feng couldn't dodge, nor could he move his body. His feet were locked to the ground, and he could only endure it passively. However, how could he be willing to die like this? He was furious and in despair, but he would not resign himself to death. Not resisting and waiting for death was not his personality. Even if he was no match for them, even if he was like a moth flying into a flame, he would still fight to the end. Boom! King Hung power erupted, and boundless symbols covered his body. It was as if a sparkling and translucent armor covered his body, protecting every part of his body. At the same time, the ultimate fist tore through the air. The fist seal was dazzling as he smashed into the sky. In an instant, even the void was pierced through by him, and he welcomed the boundless sword light that was like a river of stars falling down. In addition, his mortal monarch blood had long been awakened, and his body seemed to be dyed with a silvery white luster. Even his hair was as dazzling as platinum, and his entire body was covered in light. The mortal monarch domain appeared, and he wanted to use this to reduce the damage. Even the attacks of celestial venerables were ineffective against him. The various wondrous techniques of creatures of that level posed no threat to him, and he was impervious to all techniques. But now, he was resisting the immeasurable death tribulation. Boom! The sword light fell, drowning Chu Feng. He let out a loud roar that shook the mountains and rivers. The boundless ancient trees swayed, and the fallen leaves withered before exploding. Then, mountain rocks tumbled, and many mountain tops broke off before exploding again. This was caused by his roar, and also by the terrifying sword light in the sky. The desolate mountainous region, the boundless mountain range, was about to be destroyed. If he hadn't crossed 100 miles and distanced himself from that city, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. A modern civilized city would turn into ruins, and many people would die. The night moon was originally very bright, but now it was even more gorgeous. Rumble. Chu Feng was pierced by 10,000 arrows. All the light beams and sword lights converged, and in the end, they landed on his body, making him completely disappear. Because the light beams were too thick, and there were too many heaven-reaching swords gathered here. It was too vast and terrifying, and it buried him. The mountainous region exploded, and the earth and rocks collapsed. Many mountain tops were flattened and directly disappeared. The entire earth was cracking, and it was drowned by the dazzling light beams. Damn, your second grandpa. In the sword light, under the glaring energy, Chu Feng didn't die. He struggled out of the great crack in the ground, and his body was covered in blood. He was incomparably miserable. He didn't die even under such terrifying sword light. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Those were heaven-reaching swords, and there were tens of thousands of them slashing down from the sky. Chu Feng was covered in blood, and there were injuries all over his body. His mortal monarch domain had been shattered, and even his ultimate fist couldn't destroy all the sword light in the sky. In the eyes of outsiders, this was simply a miracle. A person of flesh and blood could resist this kind of boundless and immeasurable death tribulation. However, Chu Feng wasn't satisfied. He was incomparably angry because he knew what kind of energy this was and what kind of tribulation it belonged to. Boom! Boundless thunderous sounds rang out. After the sword light fell, the sound only reached him, exploding in his ears. These were all great heavenly thunder. Chu Feng's expression was incomparably ugly. These weren't true heaven-reaching swords, and they were all lightning. However, they were too realistic, and he couldn't distinguish them clearly at first glance. All of the sword light contained runes, and they were constructing giant swords. It was to the extent that there was even an immeasurable sword in 10 among them, and there were sword Dao law patterns appearing. Moreover, were the shackles binding his feet also formed from lightning? However, why didn't they explode? Moreover, they were even more realistic, containing astonishing order patterns. Get lost! Chu Feng was furious. After a loud shout, his entire body shone, and he used all of his blood energy, blasting into the sky while doing his best to break the shackles at his feet. Kacha! Thunder erupted, and heaven and earth rumbled. Many divine chains of order appeared. Chu Feng was like a primal chaos demon. In his anger, he tore apart the shackles binding his body with a boom. His feet could move, and he could leave that mountainous region. However, he couldn't break free from the boundless thunder. It was like a demonic roar, like an immortal ancestor chanting sutras, suppressing down and covering him. He was still enveloped by lightning. Bang, bang, bang. He continuously brandished his fists, exploding one glaring sword light after another, and dispersing the dazzling lightning. Then, behind him, multicolored light appeared. He was using the wonderful 7 treasures technique to sweep away the concentrated lightning that poured down from the void like a river of stars. Crackling sounds rang out incessantly. It was unknown how many mountaintops were destroyed, turning into fine powder. One could imagine how high the level of this kind of energy was. After Chu Feng knew that it was lightning, he was a little shocked and angry at first, and even a little dazed. However, he soon realized what was going on. He understood that he was overthinking things. This didn't seem to be led by someone, and it wasn't the so-called indescribable creature spying on him and giving him punishment. If there really was, then it was just heavenly punishment. To be precise, this was heavenly punishment. He instantly understood all the causes and effects. Not long ago, he had once raised the Tao fruit of the Yang realm from the golden body level to the horizontal monarch domain. This wasn't just a big step, it was a series of big steps, and a qualitative change had occurred. After reaching a certain height, a corresponding lightning tribulation would appear every time an evolver advanced a realm. He had crossed so many steps and achieved the rarely seen and legendary Eternal Monarch realm. So how could there be no heavenly punishment? It was just that he was negligent at that time. He was immersed in the joy of the Eternal Monarch, Tao, fruit, and simply didn't think of this matter. In reality, nothing unusual happened at that time. There was no lightning descending, and there were no signs at all. All of this is because of the stone jar. Chu Feng understood completely. Because the stone jar had been too active recently, it could be considered to be half-awakened. It was too heaven-defying, concealing everything and deceiving heaven's secrets, so the lightning tribulation didn't arrive. And when he threw away the stone jar just now, it was equivalent to taking off the protective clothes and exposing himself. This directly caused him to be targeted by the heavenly punishment, so he was struck by lightning. Moreover, he was struck by lightning at the first moment. At this moment, Chu Feng wanted to roar and shout, but no sound came out because he was completely buried alive by the lightning. He had just opened his mouth when it was filled with lightning. The lightning was like a sea, densely packed golden snakes, and thick divine swords covered him from all directions without any blind spots. Even the lightning that emerged from the ground appeared strange. Many of the lightning came from underground, from the mountains and rivers, and not from the vault of heaven. At this time, Chu Feng was almost half-cooked. His whole body was struck by lightning, and he couldn't avoid it. He could only take it head-on and endure it passively. As a result, every inch of his body and all of his skin was being electrocuted. Moreover, it was the powerful lightning corresponding to this realm that penetrated him and struck him from head to toe. Chu Feng's flesh was split open, and everywhere was charred black. There was even a burnt smell. He had suffered heavy injuries. And this was just the beginning. He had achieved the most powerful eternal monarch, Tao, fruit in history, and the corresponding lightning was destined to be the strongest heavenly punishment of this realm. In particular, this was the accumulation of several small realms. He should have been struck by lightning many times, but in the end, it accumulated into one. At this moment, Chu Feng was struck between life and death. Even the wonderful seven treasures technique was scattered, and even the current incomplete ultimate fist was useless. His fists were stained with blood and then char-black. Even his bones were about to break. Chu Feng was anxious and said angrily, "This old man is about to go into seclusion, and you still strike me?" He looked like a teenager. If outsiders saw and heard him shouting like this, they would definitely be speechless. This old man is really going to go into seclusion, jump out of the three realms, and not in the five elements. Why are you striking me with lightning? I'm no longer in the mortal world, and I won't participate in any disputes, yet you still strike me. Strike me again? F***CK off. Chu Feng was flustered and exasperated. Even though he knew that cursing was useless, he still wanted to try because it really hurt. He was about to be struck to death, and his whole body was filled with the fragrance of roasted meat. Your grandfather has an uncle. Don't you know how to respect the old and cherish the young? Get lost. Damn lightning. Goddamn lightning tribulation. Chu Feng roared again and again. At the same time, he was also resisting nonstop. Unfortunately, all of his words were drowned out by the heavenly tribulation and covered by lightning. He was being baptized in all aspects, and all kinds of lightning interweaved within his body. The strongest heavenly tribulation, from golden electric snakes to blood-colored lightning, to black electric arcs, and then to beams of light entangled with primal chaos mist, had everything. They were densely packed, interweaving within his body. At this moment, Chu Feng coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He was struck to the point where he had nothing left to live for. It was too painful, and he simply couldn't bear it. He had never encountered this kind of punishment before. Many heavenly tribulations gathered together, forming a strengthened version of the strongest heavenly tribulation in history. It was unknown how many epochs it had been, but there had never been this kind of tribulation in the divine king domain. If you can't strike me to death, I'll kill you. In the end, Chu Feng was also ruthless. Chapter 1497. This was simply the torture of 1,000 cuts. Chu Feng had never thought that there would be a day when his body would be pierced through and riddled with holes and injuries. Not to mention other parts of his body, even his internal organs had been smashed into pieces and were about to rot. Additionally, the top of his skull had been split into pieces and was about to fly off. This was the ultimate torture of the human world. Moreover, it was a rare experience that was still ongoing. One day I'll find the source and kill you all. Chu Feng swore fiercely. Even though this boundless sword radiance was naturally formed, he felt that it had its own laws and attributes. He couldn't completely rule out the possibility that some creature had set up this punishment. It was useless to say anything now, so he might as well fight to the death. It was fine as long as the mastermind behind the reincarnation of the Earth civilization wasn't watching him. Those indescribable creatures weren't something he could touch. As long as no one was controlling the lightning, everything would be fine. Of course, He couldn't rule out the possibility that the source of the tribulation wasn't man-made. It wasn't as if there were no living beings or consciousnesses in the initial stage. It was just that after forming a law, it seemed natural. Gulp. He swallowed the lightning and circulated his special breathing technique, directly using the Buddhist race's thunderous breathing technique. It was somewhat effective at first, but it soon became useless. His internal organs rumbled and lightning appeared. Then, his heart was struck until there were many holes. What was the most powerful tribulation? It meant that no one in the same realm could surpass it. It had only appeared a few times since ancient times, and this was a special treatment for peerless geniuses of the same realm. Since the beginning of time, when all great eras were included, those who could survive this type of disaster were too few, extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, they would all be hacked to death, turned into ashes. I, the Hung King, am the most powerful in the same realm, and I have both Yin and Yang Dao fruits. Can you strike me to death with 2 Hung Kings on my body? Chu Feng seemed to be provoking him, but he was actually encouraging himself. He couldn't take it anymore and was about to fall apart. In reality, this type of great tribulation was truly terrifying to the extreme and difficult to endure. Even someone as powerful as Chu Feng, who had evolved to the peak of his domain and reached the perfect state of unblemished perfection, was now in tatters. Some of his bones were even broken and exposed, charred black. His body was penetrated by lightning radiance, his front and back illuminated. His head of hair was scorched and fell off. Right now, he was in an extremely miserable state, almost turning into a skeleton. If it was someone else, even if it was an ordinary Empyrean, they would die without a path of survival. Mental nirvana technique, undying flame, sublimate to the extreme. Chu Feng growled. These were the secret arts he had copied from the martial madman's dojo. He wanted to transform himself and revive himself from the dead. He wanted to quickly recover to his strongest state. He clearly knew that he would die here if he made a single mistake. His body and soul would be destroyed. This was a death tribulation, but at the same time, it was also an opportunity. If he could make it through, he would be able to experience a baptism that would allow him to become even more powerful. As for the so-called evolutionary fatigue period, it might be broken because of this. He was already experiencing this type of life and death stimulation, about to be blasted into human jerky and refined into ashes. So what was there to be tired about? If he could survive, then all of his body's problems would be solved. It would be the same as tempering himself 1,000 times, allowing his body to sublimate. If he couldn't make it through, then all of eternity would naturally become nothing. Everything related to him would no longer exist. That was why at this critical juncture of life and death, Chu Feng was sometimes fierce, sometimes a bit hesitant, a bit conflicted. Should he go look for the jar and bring it back? If he brought it back, he would undoubtedly be able to deceive the heavenly tribulation, and then he would be fine again. However, if he really did that, then he would lose the most powerful baptism. Moreover, if he ran away this time, even his confidence would suffer a blow. I'm going to stake it all. What's so good about that broken jar? There are all types of problems and oddities inside. The reason I threw it away was precisely to break free from it and not have to rely on it forever. If I go look for it right after being struck by lightning, then am I really going to continue its reputation of being a jar of heavens? Get lost. Chu Feng, want to rise up. This is the first step, so I have to succeed. I can't just start limping. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. At this time, in the unknown land, someone was speaking softly, cold and overcast. Soon afterwards, a faint laughter sounded. Primal chaos mist surged. Above it, there was a region of nothingness. That unknown land split apart, and then a palace hall appeared, shining out. The palace hall was extremely astonishing, continuously changing between the void and the real. The most shocking thing was that there was inauspicious matter that scattered over. Meanwhile, the low voices and faint laughter came precisely from that place. There was more than a single type of inauspicious matter. There was black blood that flowed down from the thick bronze pillars that supported the palace hall, swirling about black mist that was so thick it wouldn't disperse. There was also a deathly white matter that swirled about, as if white paper was being crushed, scattering about. There was even a golden matter that, even though it looked brilliant at first, contained a strong, strange power. If one listened carefully, one could hear endless weeping sounds, as well as ancestral devils and ancestral immortals muttering to each other. Apart from this, there was also a gray matter that pervaded the air, expanding in the palace hall. There was even a humanoid creature standing there, long hair scattering down, waist slender, figure tall and slender, looking extremely beautiful. There was actually a living creature here. Her skin was fair, only her eyes were gray, giving off a silent and inauspicious feeling that made one feel reverence. At her side, there was a golden matter that condensed into a male. His entire body was brilliant, but there was inauspiciousness in the depths of his eyes. Endless, strange energy was expanding, as if two sunken cosmos were condensing there. On the other side, there was a deathly white matter that formed a graceful woman. She was extremely slender and wonderful, her hair white like snow. Her face was devoid of color, and her eyes were deathly white. It was a bit frightening. Not far out, there was black blood flowing, black clouds surging, and a black-clothed male appeared in this palace hall. Many seemingly young men and women appeared. They were conversing coldly, speaking softly, and even their laughter was a bit cold. At this time, the gray-eyed woman that appeared first revealed a look of doubt. Then, she said softly, "The host has appeared again. He has disappeared for a long time, and I thought he had died. Lock him up, make him a servant, and listen to my orders." She spoke calmly and indifferently. Then, a lump of gray mist appeared from her body, changing continuously. It drifted out from the palace hall, disappearing from the primal chaos. On the side, a creature was astonished and said, "The person you had parasitized in the past, didn't he disappear? Why did he suddenly appear now?" "I don't know." The gray-eyed woman spoke briefly. Although she was very beautiful, she lacked emotional fluctuations. At the same time, the strong inauspiciousness made it difficult to get close to her. "The distance is so great. Can you find him? No matter. Even if he is millions and millions of miles away, I can find him in an instant. He has my imprint on him, and the gray mist has arrived. It's the same as my avatar arriving in person," the gray-eyed woman replied. Chu Feng wasn't here, or else he would definitely feel a sense of familiarity. He would definitely feel as if he had met him before. Within a mountain range in Ming Province, tall mountains collapsed, long rivers dried up, and even the full moon seemed incomplete. It was unknown how many mountains had been flattened and razed to the ground. Withered leaves and weeds could no longer be seen, as they had all been turned into ashes by the lightning. Chu Feng was miserable. He had used all kinds of methods, including the Phoenix race's spirit nirvana technique and the undying flame. In the end, he was still on the verge of death. "Nirvana again," he growled. Moreover, this time, he began to circulate a special scripture and activate another secret art. It was the martial madman's 7 deaths method. He had extorted this not long ago, and now he was trying it out. He was preparing to split a body to attract the heavenly lightning and see if his true body could evade it. At this moment, he was experiencing a death tribulation, which was very suitable for cultivating the 7 deaths method. However, he was thinking too much. Even though he was extremely talented and succeeded in splitting a faint silhouette after several attempts, the lightning still came for his true body. The lightning blasted him until his body was full of holes. His blood couldn't even spurt out because it had been evaporated by the lightning. In the end, Chu Feng discovered that the most suitable method to resist the heavenly tribulation was the robbery induction breathing technique. Moreover, in this dying state, he had a new understanding. After this breathing technique absorbed the Immortal Bird Clan's Nirvana secret technique, When he breathed, both his spirit and physical body underwent changes, causing his body's activity to increase by a notch. Boom! The sword radiance in the sky had long since disappeared and was replaced by the suppression of various weapons. Naturally, these weren't the most terrifying things. What infuriated him the most was that old scenes from the past appeared. They were the most painful things he had experienced, such as the death of his parents, Yao Yao falling into the abyss, Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Feng, and the others being killed by the martial madman. And in the end, these scenes condensed into a picture scroll of lightning which closed in on him and struck him to kill. I absolutely can't die. I'll fight it out with you. Chu Feng's young body was full of injuries. At this moment, he was howling and his eyes had turned red from the stimulation. What evolutionary exhaustion! It didn't exist at all. He couldn't wait for the heavenly tribulation to take human form and fight to the death. He had to kill the other party no matter what. This was too much of a bully to provoke and torture him like this. And this wasn't the most terrifying part. In the end, all kinds of scenes he had never experienced before appeared. For instance, he was sent to the sacrificial altar as a living sacrifice. For example, his family, friends, and old friends were also tied to bronze pillars and then mercilessly beheaded. For instance, Yao Yao was fished out from the abyss and similarly beheaded. Are you trying to mislead me into thinking that this is something that will happen in the future? Get lost. Chu Feng went mad, but he became more and more resistant. He struggled fiercely and resisted to the end with red eyes. He originally thought he was exhausted, but now he was stimulated. It was as if he had been reborn. What was the most powerful heavenly tribulation in history? It was a great tribulation that could cause certain death to creatures of the corresponding realm. Normally speaking, no one could cross it and no one could survive. They simply couldn't make it through. It was just that Chu Feng was indeed ridiculously powerful. He had never been defeated before in the same realm. Now, even though he was riddled with holes and his body was tattered to the point where he didn't even look like a human anymore, he was still alive. Moreover, there were glaring symbols all over his body. His battle intent was terrifyingly high. You want to strike me to death? Chu Feng won't die. Mother asterisk Kerr, this old man, no, this seat is still very young. This young master is only in his teens. My potential is limitless. I will fight you to the death and definitely won't die prematurely. Come. You stupid guy who doesn't understand how to cherish the young. Chu Feng, will get rid of you and make there be no more lightning tribulation in this world. Even though he couldn't do it, he couldn't stop himself from speaking and venting the resentment in his heart. This great tribulation pierced through this vast mountain range and destroyed all of the mountain peaks. Countless divine chains of order and great Tao laws appeared in the void, continuously strangling Chu Feng. However, he just didn't die. He tenaciously lived on, continuously struggling and resisting. This lightning tribulation continued for a long time until the lightning radiance at the horizon grew dim and gradually faded. Chu Feng successfully made it through the death tribulation and didn't fall here. This old man, no, this young master survived. Mother asterisk Kerr, just wait and see. Don't let me rise up and grow up. Otherwise, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely kill you. Beyond the heavens, in an eternally indescribable land. Someone laughed heartily and said, so what if I don't think about it? I've finally seen the dawn and sense that someone is crossing the strongest heavenly tribulation. I'll gradually know the way back and step on the emperor bone to return. At the same time, in the extreme north of the Yang realm, the martial madman silently rubbed the fragments of the pottery jar in his hand. All kinds of patterns appeared on its surface, gradually glowing and becoming incomparably dazzling as they formed a scripture. He muttered to himself, should I practice it or not? This pottery jar had a terrifying origin. Back then, when Chu Feng killed the great martial heavenly lord, there was a small fragment the size of a grain of rice in great Marshall's hand that reflected an indescribable power. and his master, the white-haired Almighty, had a small fragment the size of a fingernail in her hand that could resonate with her, allowing her to sense it even from millions of miles away. She knew that something had happened to Great Marshal and quickly dispatched her true body to attack. As for the martial madman, there was a pile of fragments in his hand that could almost form a complete body. At the next moment, the martial emperor silently chanted and began to cultivate this scripture. Beyond the heavens, someone laughed loudly. It was that unfathomable being who had previously mentioned not thinking about it. He was in an extremely good mood. At this moment, Chu Feng had almost turned into a pile of charcoal. He didn't have a human form and was lying in an abyss-like pit that was blasted out by lightning. His body was charred black everywhere as he gasped for breath. One could see his corporeal body recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood were growing, and his bones were cracking. Moreover, there were many interweaving runes that coexisted with his flesh and bones. It was unknown how much time had passed before he recovered his human form and his strength gradually returned. But when he opened his mouth, lightning would still spew out from time to time. Even his soul light had lightning appearing. This was the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. The pouring of lightning had yet to be completely digested. Vaguely, he felt that his body was different. It was as if a layer of dust had been washed away and his body was even more clear. There was a kind of light inspiration, as if some kind of shackles had been broken. The moment he clenched his fists, he had an illusion that he could kill a supreme being with a single punch. I become stronger. This feeling is really wonderful. It's as if I'm omnipotent. I can go on an expedition to the ancient underworld and kill my way to the land of sacrifice, Chu Feng muttered to himself. And suddenly, his expression froze. He felt as if something was spying on him and was rapidly approaching. His eyes released blazing golden light that was even more astonishing than before. It was as if two immortal swords flew out. Kung Chang sounds rang out as runes pierced through the void. Just by relying on his gaze and the golden, immortal sword-like beams of light, he forced out the creature in the darkness. That was a lump of gray mist. A pair of pupils were revealed within. The gray pupils were deathly still, deep, strange, and ominous, giving off an incomparably horrifying feeling. Host, be a slave, be a servant. A low voice transmitted from within the gray mist. Chu Feng's entire body felt unwell. All the fine hairs on his body stood on end. It wasn't fear, but rather shock and anger. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp. He immediately knew what this thing was. Sort of my ass. Little Gray, get your ass over here. Back then, he had come into contact with it and suffered greatly from it. He almost died because of it. This gray, inauspicious matter actually developed intelligence and came to his side again. You dare appear again? I'll kill you. Chu Feng released a loud shout and directly rushed over. That lump of gray mist was astonished. The host actually wasn't restricted by it. It could sense the imprint within his body, but why couldn't it control him? With a pung sound, the gray mist was blasted through. An angry roar sounded from within. It was extremely mournful and terrifying. In an unknown land, within that mysterious palace, the gray-eyed woman felt as if she was experiencing it herself. She released a muffled groan. She felt as if a certain part of her body had been struck by someone. Gray servant, go die for me. No, I'll beat you up like a dog. Chu Feng shouted. He moved through the air and smashed down with a fist, surrounding everything to lock down the gray mist. He sensed that this gray mist wasn't simple. It wasn't like the lump's true body from back then, only a portion of it. However, after not seeing it for so many years, the gray mist seemed to have undergone some type of ferocious evolution. It was even more powerful and terrifying than before. My strength isn't even as formidable as a single finger from Master. Host, you have broken free from my control now, and it will be even more miserable in the future. A voice sounded from within the gray mist. Chu Feng sneered. He truly didn't fear this type of substance anymore. because he had long-developed resistance. The small gray grindstone within his body spun. He discovered that a portion of the gray mist that had invaded over had been refined, becoming a beneficial supplement for the grindstone. In the distance, that gray mist was shocked. It secretly split apart the most terrifying source matter to corrode it. It was refined instead. Who will know who will be more miserable? I'll beat you up like a dog right now. Chu Feng became ruthless. He set his resolution to deal with this gray mist. It would be too easy even if he directly destroyed it. He wanted to refine it into a gray dog, moreover one that would imitate the dog emperor's appearance. Then he acted out. Insolence. In an unknown land, the gray-eyed woman shouted angrily, her voice shaking the entire palace. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.